Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Sly Army tier lists. Of course, I'm your host, Sly, Dave, whatever you want to call me. Yeah, we're back. So, there we go. But yeah, before we actually get into this, I do want to just genuinely say thank you guys for being patient about just me not really being around for the past few weeks. I just wanted to give myself a bit of a mental break from doing anything in general, whether it be stuff on YouTube or Twitch. I know I didn't stream last week, but again, I was just focused on more things. I wanted to take spring break just off. So I hope you guys are at least I hope you guys are at least okay with that. But either way, I'm pretty excited about tonight because we're going to be doing a tier list. So obviously, normally tier lists, they'd be kind of whatever, right? But here's the thing. What if I told you that this is in fact our 50th episode? That might not seem like a lot, but considering that we've been doing this show for about 5 years now, or almost 5 years, it is honestly just kind of interesting to me just how far we've gone with this series. Because ever since I started doing this back in 2020, this has been one of my favorite things to really do. Because as you guys know, I'm someone who's always felt like I've more so liked talking about stuff and just having that sort of, discussion about the types of media that I'm interested in. And yes, even though the tier list fad is kind of dead, I still like the format because it allows me to be able to have a concise ranking of all the things that I personally enjoy when it comes to pop culture and all that fun stuff. And well, let's just say that tonight we're going to be revisiting some other older tier lists, some tier lists that we've not touched in minimum 3 years. And I want to make sure I can finally get them up and fresh and ready. So if you guys see the title, you guys will see that we are in fact going to be updating our original grunge tier list, the new metal tier list, and we now have finally, after 4 years, we separated metalcore and post-hardcore. Yes, because originally on episode 4 of the Sly Army tier list, we sort of combined both the genres into one tier list. Mostly because, well, A, back then I wasn't as familiar with metalcore, and B, I didn't really want to cover it from what I've heard. But I've since learned that from then, it's been 4 years. Now, I've got plenty of metalcore bands to add, as you can see down here. Same thing with post-hardcore. As a matter of fact, there's probably more post-hardcore bands that we'll be talking about. Although, to be fair, it's actually not going to take too long, considering that we've already talked about a big chunk of these bands. And that's ultimately what I want to do for tonight, is I want to do this as more of just a general refreshing of all 4 of these tier lists, rather than it be like a fully in-depth analysis of every single band that's on these. And so I hope you guys are at least fine with that. I will still talk about the bands that I really, really do want to talk about, obviously, or bands that are pretty big within their respective scenes. But I do want to give focus on potentially the newer bands I want to add, especially considering that, well, especially for the post-hardcore and metalcore tier lists that we're going to be doing, truth be told, I missed some pretty big names on there. But obviously we'll get to that when we get to that. So, but what I pretty much want to do is I want to start with grunge, then we'll do new metal, and then we'll do post-hardcore, and then we'll do metalcore. So basically, going from the oldest genre popularity-wise to the newest, and also just kind of going backwards in time from how we did these tier lists. So yeah, I'm pretty excited about that. But of course, before we get into this. Okay, Marble Rifle. God damn, there's so many ads on here. Also, this is laggy as hell because it's been like Tier Maker has gotten laggier and laggier over the years. They need to fix their infrastructure with this website. But anyways, but yeah, for those who are new to this series and more specifically new to the music categories, how do I classify a band as a particular genre? Well, let's look at my wiki because I have some guidelines. So first of all, obviously, whenever I do these types of musical tier lists, I make sure that I do more broadly and more recognized genres. Otherwise, we would be here we'd be here for an extra 5 years if we were to discuss every single minute genre that's classified. And well, if you guys have been around my channel for a long time, you guys know that I honestly do consider a lot of rock and metal genres to be kind of bullshit in general. It's just splitting hairs. And so keep that in mind whenever we go through some of these bands, because I know some people might call insert this band like a Britpop band, or insert this band an alternative metal band. I try to condense things as much as I can. Like condense them to where they're still distinct, but also broad enough to where we're not being hyper specific on everything. And that's going to be especially true with this grunge tier list, which we'll get into in a second. So that's basically just kind of my criteria as far as just what I determine to be a part of a genre. But as far as general rules for how a band themselves are classified, well, it basically boils down to, well, what's on the albums or EPs or whatever they have. So, for example, if a band has, like, you know, less than 5 albums, half of their, like, if, like, just 2 of those albums are considered a part of the genre, I'll count them as a part of that. But if it's 5 or more, then it's got to be 3. So if that doesn't make sense, it'll make more sense when I start talking about these bands. But basically, it's the quantity of the type of music that is in the band's discography that counts them as part of the genre. About like 3 to 5 songs per release, depending on things. But whatever, we'll get to that. And also keep in mind that from this point onwards, as far as bands that we will be ranking, I'm like, even though that there are definitely bands in all of these tier lists that are a bit more obscure and have a lot more of a niche, not a lot of people really know about those bands. Keep in mind that from this point onwards, if I decide to do more music genre tier lists, that if I add new bands and I try to cover them, I'm mostly going to only be covering bands that have at least 100,000 followers on Spotify, because there's a lot of bands that are classified in so many of these genres. And truth be told, while yes, I want to be able to cover as much as I can, I don't want to have to talk about every single band. Not to mention, especially with grunge and metalcore, I've noticed that there's a lot of bands that I've looked up over the years that only have like maybe like 100, a few hundred listeners. So basically bands that are so obscure that if we were doing an iceberg video, they'd be at the near bottom. And I don't know, I just don't think that would be fair to be covering a lot more of the super, super obscure stuff. So, I mean, for fuck's sake, there was a band in this, that I discovered that was grunge, which, and I'm not saying this when I brag, I literally have more views on my tier list series, then they even have listens on either Spotify or YouTube. And that's not fair. So ultimately, I wanted to make sure that I just chose bands that I know for a fact have at least somewhat of a name recognition. And so that's what all these bands down here are essentially bands that at least have, like, you know, like I said, like 100K listeners on Spotify at the very least, unless if it was a band that I've already covered in the past, which in that case they'll get grandfathered in. But yeah, that being said, I'm pretty sure that's all I gotta really say about just the tier lists in general. Because I don't really know anything else to really, like, you know, say other than stuff that I could definitely argue is, you know, more genre descriptory stuff, but frankly, I really don't want to get into that. So, but yeah, oh, and also I am on open mic in my server, so there may or may not be some friends who may or may not join. It just really depends. I no obligations for them. I guess I just wanted to see if they wanted to join. But either way, let's begin, I guess. So, and by the way, I do have some notes right next to me, and I even have YouTube open here just in case if I need to re-listen to some of these bands. Though I am going to try to make sure that this stream is not going to exceed like 4 hours. So, which hopefully that will be the case. But anyways, but yeah, let's start tonight by talking about grunge, which, of course, by my definition of grunge, is basically just rock music that is distorted and is derivative of punk music. That's my definition of grunge. Now, if you guys remember, when we did our grunge tier list back in July of 2022, there were some bands that are on here that a lot of people questioned, but we'll get to those in a second. But let's try to reassess what we've got here. So, yeah, at the very top, of course, we got Soundgarden and Pearl Jam. I'd say that's still pretty much fair game. I mean, as far as grunge bands, those are probably still my top 2 favorites. So those aren't going to change. Which, by the way, I will just kind of say this. I don't know if there's going to be really too many changes. There might be, like, something that I might raise and lower, but that's essentially what we'll be doing. But anyways, so yeah, no, Soundgarden and Pearl Jam, I still consider those to be top tier grunge bands just overall, and they have very consistent, or Soundgarden has a very consistent catalog. Pearl Jam did kind of dipper off in the early 2000s, but they were able to bounce back from that, and that I do respect. So no changes there. As far as the S tier, okay, this is where we start getting into where people were probably weary about some of these bands. Because, well, you guys already see what we've got here on S tier. So first of all, Hum. They are a grunge band, people. So, oh, and by the way, I forgot to specify this. Keep in mind, all this is just my personal opinion. That should be pretty obvious. If you disagree with me, that's completely fine. Let us know your opinions down below. But anyways, Hum. They're really good. You prefer an Astronaut? Honestly, one of the best albums of the 90s. I don't know why people don't call them grunge, though. I mean, Pod and the Star, like, or the Pod and Stars are just straight up grunge songs. So I don't know. That being said, though, fantastic band. I don't think they're gonna really change. Even some of the even the stuff that came before and after that album are still pretty good. Hell, I think I even posted one of their songs recently on like the song of the day. Yeah, Green to Me, on their 98 record. So yeah, no, definitely solid. So go check them out. All right. But yeah, no, as far as like that, some people were iffy about them being grunge, but I think there's enough. But this next band, I know I got a lot of shit for this. I remember when I first re-uploaded this onto YouTube, I got a lot of shit for this being on here. Because if you guys can't see it, I put Bare Naked Ladies up there. Yes, I know they are more known for being a pop rock band. Like, most people think of them as being like that, like pop rock. Which, fair. Or even like a folk band. Which, again, fair enough. However, I would make an argument that a lot of the deep cuts on some of their, like, a lot of their stuff from like the mid 90s all the way up until the early 2000s, I'd argue it's grunge. You know, like, for example, yeah, like Too Little Too Late. Or, I mean, frankly, just half the stuff that's on Maybe You Should Drive. I mean, that's just straight up like a more folksy grunge album. So, they're grunge. They may not seem like it at first, but when you listen to the deep cuts, they for sure fit. Now, that being said, as far as the band themselves, great band. I'd recommend you guys check them out. So, no complaints there. But yeah, just acknowledge that they are grunge. Okay, Screaming Trees. Yeah, I'd say they're still up there. Of course, rest in peace, the lead singer, because they did pass away fairly recently. But as far as basically being, at least to my knowledge, one of the first grunge bands, at least like by release metrics, because I'm pretty sure they had their debut in 86. Yeah, 1986. So kind of one of the pioneers of the genre, as far as I'm concerned. And yeah, no, like, even just despite the fact that I'm not really a big fan of a lot of music from the 80s, Screaming Trees is actually pretty damn good. I mean, Sweet Oblivion is their claim to fame, but even Invisible Lantern and Buzz Factory, I think, are actually pretty good albums. So, as far as like 80s grunge is concerned, go check them out. And then Temple of the Dog. Okay. Temple of the Dog is a band that, okay, well, it's a super group between a lot of members from Pearl Jam and Soundgarden, as well as a few other bands. Go check out their self-titled release. It's so good. Like, basically think of them as like a proto Pearl Jam, because they debuted in early 1991, and Pearl Jam debuted later on in like that same year. They're basically like a teaser for what Pearl Jam would eventually make. And they're so damn good. So, go check them out if you guys can. Stone Temple Pilots, I think that one also pretty much speaks for itself. There's some weirdos out there that consider them to be a post-grunge band, when it's like, no, they're grunge. Like, definitively grunge. And I mean, Core, Purple, number 4. I'm even a defender of Shangri-La a little bit, and even some of their, 2010s output. So, honestly, a pretty iconic band, and I do respect a lot of their craft. that Scott Weiland passed away. But as far as I'm concerned, they're staying in S tier. Though I will say, fuck you, Wikipedia, for calling them a glam band. I am not. Okay, I'm not even gonna show you. You guys already know how much I fucking hate Wikipedia on like music band articles. It's terrible. But yeah, as far as I'm concerned, Stone Temple Pilots, they're staying. Same thing with Alice in Chains. Hell, I'd even argue that Alice in Chains, hot take, they've never had a bad album. Even their later works, I'd argue they have been another band that have been very consistent. And that's pretty much a testament to a band that not only lost one of its lead singers, but also is a duo singer band. That's something that people tend to forget, is that Alice in Chains is a band that has multiple lead singers. And they were able to pull it off back whenever they were in their heyday, and even nowadays. With, stuff like Rainier Fog and Dinosaur Life. That's what's called, right? But yeah, if you want like a more metal inspired grunge band, Alice in Chains has got you covered. The Devil Put Dinosaurs in here. That's what it's called. My apologies. So, actually, are they gonna release a new album? I know they've been. It's been 7 years since Rainier Fog came out. But oh, they halted it. Okay, damn. Well, shit. Whatever. They still have a pretty consistent lineup, regardless. And then, okay, this next band. This is another band that I got a lot of like eyeballs at me for, because this was our surprise band for this tier list. We got Tool, which I know why people are iffy about calling them a grunge band, because they're more known as being just a proper metal band or like just a prog band. But I'd argue a lot of their stuff is grunge, especially like a lot of the deep cuts on Undertow and Lateralis. I mean, I'm just gonna be real. Parabola, that's just straight up a grunge song. It's weird that they aren't like. I think people are also pretty apprehensive about calling Tool just grunge because, they. I don't know. Tool is just one of those bands where they came out like whatever they like debuted, because they debuted in 1993. Not only did they not really sound like a lot of the they didn't really sound like a lot of the metal bands that came before them in like the 70s or 80s. But also at the same time, they had a lot of more of a progressive sound, and so people didn't really want to classify them as grunge. But I'd argue that they have enough songs to count as grunge. At least by my definition of grunge. I mean, either way, they're still a pretty damn good band. And I think that they've been able to put out some pretty masterclass albums over the years. Hell, I'll even say this about them is, even though I don't really listen to them anymore, I've definitely gained a lot more respect for them over the years. Especially after listening to Anima and Lateralis in full, because I actually never really listened to those albums in full until recently. And so they're gonna stay in the S tier. I know people will give me flack for calling them grunge, but it's my list. I don't care. Alright. So yeah, S tiers, those are staying. A tiers. So we might have our first addendums. So okay, so Kius, they're staying, which yes, oh they're desert rock, they're stoner rock. Same fucking thing. Like again, I feel like I need. I will say, I think I need to start making a spreadsheet of every single like bullshit genre that's on Wikipedia, and I need to point towards what genre I actually classify certain bands as. Because I'm just gonna be straight up honest with you guys. The Palm Desert stoner scene from around the time, it's basically just SoCal grunge. I hate to be that guy, but like it's really the same fucking thing. And well, Kiyus being one of those bands, um, pretty much proves my point. I mean, they just sound like Soundgarden a lot of the time, but whatever. That being said, Kiyus, really good band. I recommend you guys check them out. Hammerbox. This is definitely probably the most obscure band we have on this list, but I wanted to give them a shout out because, well, not only female singer, but also honestly being really damn catchy. Um, Especially their song "Trip." Go like if anything, go check out that song. But like that whole album, the self-titled, really damn good. So go check them out. All right, now these next three, actually, I guess these next five bands. Okay, I'm not gonna go on my whole spiel about how Britpop is basically just, it's just British grunge, and people from the UK are just extremely salty about that. Like they're just extremely salty that grunge was popular, and so because of that, they wanted to make some more poppy grunge. I don't want to get into that whole fucking thing. Um, Also, I'm not gonna go on my whole spiel that I did last time, where people who think that grunge, like the only bands that can be considered grunge, have to be from Seattle. That's another argument that I think is pretty dumb. But point is, Leisure, that is a grunge album. Also, they're self-titled. I mean, they literally like song 2 is literally just British Smells Like Teen Spirit. I rest my case. That being said, I think that Blur's 90s stuff was pretty good. So go check them out. Um, Radiohead. They did start off as a grunge band. And they stayed being a grunge band for a while. And, well, this is definitely where a lot of people are going to give me flack for this. But if you listen to a lot of the deep cuts on, well, I guess just kind of sprinkled throughout a lot of their stuff post the bends. Yeah, they still kept that grunge DNA at least a little bit. Obviously, they went more into the whole prog route. But yeah, no, Radiohead, they kept that grunge DNA for a good while. And I mean, I know Pablo Honey gets a lot of shit, and I mean, fair enough. But I'd still argue that The Bends is still a really good album. It's my personal favorite Radiohead song. I don't know. I guess I'm kind of weird about Radiohead because I like OK Computer, and I like select songs off of pretty much everything from Kid A onward. I just don't think the band is for me. And so because of that, I am going to lower them. It's their first update. But yeah, I'm going to lower them to B tier because of that. So I like songs by Radiohead. I just don't like Radiohead entirely. So, which I know it's going to be a fucking field day in the comment section. But whatever. Who cares? But anyways, okay, this next band, Counting Crows. Again, another band that a lot of people would are giving me eyebrows at, because again, just like with Bare Naked Ladies, they are considered more to be a folk band or just a general pop band. But, well, keep in mind that if there's anything that Smashing Pumpkins has taught me, is that grunge music can be, like, it doesn't have to be exclusively metal based. Hell, Stone Temple Pilots should have taught a lot of people that as well. And while Counting Crows, basically they're basically like if the slower sections of Purple were stretched out to be an entire band. I call them Purple album the band. I think that's the best way for me to describe Counting Crows. And well, I think Purple is a fantastic album, and so I kind of like Counting Crows. I know people shit on Counting Crows, but I think they're fine. Like, you know, you do a lot worse than them. Though I will say, after 2002, they did drop off. So because of that, I'm also going to probably lower them down to a B tier. But it is what it is. Alright. Our Lady Peace. So, this one is kind of sad. So, and yes, I'm putting my headphones away, so if anyone joins, whatever. So, this is a kind of a sad story, because Our Lady Peace's 90s and early 2000s works are really damn good. Yeah, Naveed, Happiness. I forgot the name of the album. Their third album, the one with the fish on it. What is it called again? Happiness. It's not a fish that you can catch. That's right. Or Spiritual Machines. Spiritual Machines. Okay, I'm just gonna straight up say it. Spiritual Machines is easily the best record, one of the best records you've never heard. It's a concept album about the efficacies of like artificial intelligence and all that fun stuff. Yes, a grunge concept album about artificial intelligence. Pretty much, it's based off a book, but whatever. I'm not going to get into it. Basically, there's stuff from like their first 5 albums I can defend. Unfortunately, though, over time, they kind of lost the plot. They went in a more pop rock route for a while, and unfortunately it all culminated to Spiritual Machines 2. Yes, a sequel album to, in my opinion, one of the best concept albums of the early 2000s. But here's the catcher. They released that shit as an NFT. Yeah, they became NFT bros, and unfortunately because of that, and also because, well, truth be told, they've had a longer period of them not being that good, I gotta put them in C tier. It pains me to say that, because, again, they have such really good material in the mid to late 90s and early 2000s. Like, but goddamn, man. Fucking, what's his face? Yeah, their fucking lead singer. He lost the plot. So, yeah, no, that makes me big sad. And, well, again, so, I don't know, man. That's not the worst thing you can do. Unfortunately, tonight we're going to be talking about a band that I used to love that did way worse shit. But why the NFT grift? Why? So, yeah, that made me sad. Alright, well, after that depressing talk, Okay, the next band, Afghan Wigs. Uh, this one's kind of awkward. I think I gave them just a bit too much credit. They're fine. They're still good. I'd still put them in a B tier, but they're really not anything that's super special. Um, I don't know. I guess also their lead singer had some weird inflections at points. That being said, though, I still think that they're fine, so they'll stay in the B tier. All right, and then well, the last of the iconic grunge bands, we got Smashing Pumpkins and Nirvana. Okay, okay. I see. That's the okay. Smashing Pumpkins first. Smashing Pumpkins first. I mostly put them up here in A tier, mostly because of their first three albums. I mean, Siamese Dream, Gish, and Melancholy and the Infinite Sadness, iconic albums. And well, truth be told, probably the only albums that people would classify as grunge, which is still enough for us, because again, like, they have like what, like 12 albums currently, probably more than that. And by my definition, you have to have at least 3 albums that are considered a part of the genre to be a part of the genre. So they fit the bill. But I don't know. It Smashing Pumpkins, unfortunately, I do feel like kind of tarnished their name over time, especially in like that weird period where Billy Corgan was doing that whole weird rock opera concept album thing, where he was trying to make like where he wanted to make like an album for like 15 years, but that never worked. It's a long story. um it's all hell of confusing. um Though I will say they did get better in recent years. I'd say Seer and the Tomb Rock opera that they did recently, I'd say those are fine. So yeah, as far as like one of the bigger names in grunge, I don't know. I don't want to lower them, but like I don't know. I'll keep them in A tier. Okay, now that being said, Nirvana. This is another band that I guess I just never really clicked with as much as other people. Don't get it twisted. I still do respect Nirvana. I respect them for what they did with um honestly all 3 of their albums. Fourth if you want to count Incesticide. Um and I do respect that they were able to emotionally attach to a lot of people. I guess I've always just been very apprehensive to really praise Nirvana, mostly because Kurt Cobain himself didn't want to be deitized. Because he became one of those figures that didn't want to be like a legendary figure, but over time, that's exactly what happened. Like, I guarantee you that not only would he be like, not only would he be rolling in his grave for that, he'd also be rolling in his grave for a lot of the shit that unfortunately his band inspired, which we'll get to in the new metal section. But that being said, though, they are a good band, and I do respect them. I just have always thought that Nirvana, at least in comparison to the other grunge bands, were just a bit overrated. But that's not to disrespect Nirvana, because they're still solid. So they're still going to be an A tier, but just keep that in mind. Alright, so now that I pissed off everyone, let's just kind kind of skim over what we got here. I honestly don't think I have much to say about any of the bands that are in B tier. I think most of them are pretty much fine where they're at. Like Cranberries, they're fine. I mean, more folksy than grunge, but I mean, their most popular song, Zombie, is a grunge song. So, and like, you know, even some of their later stuff fits into the mold. But yeah, they're fine. L7, yeah, they're fine. Electric Wizard, oh, they're doom metal. Doom metal and grunge are not two mutually exclusive terms, so yeah, whatever. Mother Love Bone, they're okay. Sunny Day Real Estate, which, okay. I already got, this is another band. I'm not gonna spend too much time talking about Sunny Day Real Estate. I got some fucking questions. I gotta tell a story. I'm pretty sure it was either like around the time or like some point after I did this tier list that in like a Discord VC with Goldie and I, whenever we were in our project server, we were listening to grunge bands, and I started playing this, and there was like a few other people that were in, and one of the people was like, "Why are they here? They're not a grunge band. They're emo." They're also a grunge band. Not only were they from the Seattle scene since I'm pretty sure 1990, 91, but also the guys would eventually be in Foo Fighters, which I know that's more post grunge, but it's like they're a part of the scene. And also it's like, dude, even if you wanted to make the argument of like, oh, a band can only be from Seattle, they're from fucking Seattle. Point proven. So, and like, even their debut has like that rough sound. They're honestly probably the only band, at least to my knowledge, that I would call both an emo and a grunge band. Because again, those terms are not mutually exclusive to each other. Like, I don't get why I have to explain this to so many fucking people. A band is not mutually exclusive to one genre. They can be multiple genres at once. Like, for example, for example, Failure, which we'll talk about in a second. They're both a grunge and a prog band. Again, those are not mutually exclusive terms. Or Radiohead, they started off as a grunge band, but they also started doing more pop rock and prog stuff, starting with the Bends, until they just fully embraced that, mostly by OK Computer. With some grunge songs here and there in that album and some of their few other albums. So you get my point. It's the same thing with Sunny Day Real Estate. They are both an emo and a grunge band. Because guess what? Like, songs can be both, like, can be multiple genres at the same time. And, well, in Sunny Day Real Estate's case, bands can be two genres at the same time. But, so yeah. But anyways, as far as Sunny Day Real Estate themselves, they're fine. I think that they're okay. Obviously a huge inspiration for the emo scene, especially in the late 90s. But as far as I'm concerned, their grunge stuff is fine. So yeah. Alright. Anyone else to talk about? Live, they're whatever. I know some people call them post-grunge, but they debuted in 89, way before grunge, so they count. Corrosion of Conformity, they're fine. Sonic Youth. I feel like my friends don't like Sonic Youth. I get it, but I don't know why. Like, what's with the hate? Oh, and yes, even though that they did debut way in like the early 80s. Keep in mind they had like a grunge phase in the late 80s and early 90s, so that's why they count here. Um, that being said, though, yeah, I think C tier is probably best for that. So, all right, Hole. Okay, Hole is a weird band to talk about because of Courtney Love. You know, it's just they're just complicated to talk about. That being said, though, funny enough, I think I have started to grow on them. I don't like their debut. Pretty on the Inside, I don't like. But Celebrity Skin and Nobody's Daughter, I actually really liked. But I don't know. Like I said, it's complicated to talk about because Courtney Love is just such a personality. You know, like, but I don't know. Um, you know what? Fuck it. I might get some flack for this, but I'll put them in A tier. Yes, I put them right next to Kurt Cobain. That is awkward. Okay, whatever. They're fine. Okay. What else? I Mother Earth. Fine. Okay, Goo Goo Dolls. Another band that I know a lot of people people definitely got me some fucking flack for this one. But again, they debuted in 1987, way before grunge was even popular. And well, they started making that type of music starting around 93. So I'd count them as grunge. Definitely more mainstream. Don't get it twisted. Like, if there's one band that I think a lot of people, well, besides Nickelback, um, if there's one band that I feel like a lot of people really do just kind of look at being the poster child for a lot of what post grunge became, people do point towards the Goo Goo Dolls. That being said, though, they're not bad. I'd argue that they've got some stuff. They got some chops to them. So I don't know. Again, they're more on like the softer side, but that's fine. I don't know. I don't hate Goo. I don't hate them. That's my point. Um. Okay. Failure. Another band that weirdly, like, I count them as grunge. And well, funny enough, I've actually grown a lot on Failure. Um, Especially their debut, which is just straight up like the most grunge album that you've never heard. I keep saying that, but yeah, Comfort. This shit's just straight up a grunge record. I don't know why people just kind of call it like alt metal. Yeah, really, Wikipedia, alt metal. Okay. Okay. But either way, I mean, I've really grown on that record. Magnified, I mean, that's like their most popular record, to be fair, but it's a really good album, to be fair. They did take a bit of a break. Like, yeah, they didn't release a single thing in the 2000s and didn't make anything for almost 20 years. It's just kind of weird. Though their newer stuff, I don't think is actually that bad either. Definitely more leaning towards typical prog. But honestly, I give them an A. Go check them out. Pretty much everything else I don't really think I need to say too much about, or I don't think I have anything to say. Truth be told, I mean, Gits, they're whatever. Green River, fine. Love Battery. Veruca Salt. You know what? I'll put them in A tier. I think I was a bit too harsh on them. Because I really like their first two records. So I'll throw them a bone. Besides, I want to like balance this out a little bit because, well, I remember last time I called grunge a mid-genre after we were finished. So I want to redeem myself a little bit on that. I mean, Tripping Days, again, they're fine. Alright, the C tiers. Yeah, I don't really have much to say about most of these bands. I mean, Skin Yards, whatever. Blind Melon, they were kind of only ever a two-hit wonder. I mean, I don't know. They blew up with that, like, with their debut, but like, they never really got to do anything after that. I mean, it didn't help that the lead singer passed away. But also, what, Wikipedia, why are you doing revisionist history in them? They are a grunge band. What the fuck? God. Okay. This is why I fucking hate Wikipedia. Because they're removing what have been known as like certain bands for certain genres for the longest time. Like, most people thought of this band as a grunge band. What the fuck, Wikipedia? Like, God. I'm sorry, but like this shit's so fucking annoying. But whatever, anyways. So, okay, but whatever. They're not terrible, is basically my point. I wouldn't particularly call them great, but they're fine. Gin Blossoms, kind of a one-hit wonder, but not the worst thing you could have done. Malfunction, whatever. Yeah, I don't really have anything else to say about most of these. Bush. I feel bad for Bush, because they had like that one really, really good album that they'd started off with, and then like the second album in was like a dumpster fire, and then after that, nobody gave a shit. Like, I kind of feel bad because, again, they're not really that bad. I mean, it is kind of sad to kind of say that they're like the last grunge band. I mean, at least by my definition, because I don't know, grunge and post-grunge is already kind of a tenuous distinction between one another. I've always just considered Bush to be just a grunge band. I know some people call them post, but as far as bands like Bush, I don't know. They kind of, here's the thing, is that they were kind of like the 90s Nickelback for a while. Like, before like Creed and Nickelback came around, Bush was the band that people shat on. And I get it, but I don't think they're like the worst. So that's all I gotta really say about Bush. They're really not. They're not terrible. Alright. Oh, Melvins. Okay. If I'm gonna be honest, Um, they have some decent moments, but oh my god, their fucking singer. He needs to like kinda shut the fuck up. I mean, it sucks to say too, because Melvins is obviously one of the, progenitors of just the grunge sound. Like, they are one of the most important bands, at least in that aspect. But man, fucking Buzz Osborne, he's a personality that unfortunately is kind of reflective of a lot. Like, over the years, he's just become a bit of a personality that's kind of cringy. I'm not gonna lie. So, but yeah, that's. I'm not gonna really say too much. Also, unfortunately, Melvins, even though they're a band that, like, I do at least respect a lot of their early stuff. Quantity is the real problem with this band. They have so many goddamn albums. It is actually insane. Like, how many main studio albums? They have 28 studio albums right now. Like, what the fuck? Like, what? Yeah. So, I guess that's just kind of my thing, is they kind of have the same problem that Buckethead has, where they just release so much stuff that it not only becomes overwhelming, but a lot of it is just kind of bland. So yeah, no, quality over quantity. That is the lesson that we have to learn from the Melvins. Oh, and also, don't make a very well, how about you like not make a pretty God damn it, I can't even think of the name of the album. Don't make an album that basically just makes fun of disabled people. Like, fuck that. I'm not gonna name the name of the album, but their 2001 record, fuck that shit. That's all I'm gonna say. Actually, you know what? Actually, because of that, and also because like Buzz Osborne, unfortunately, has become kind of cringe recently, and there's only like what 2, 3 albums out of their 28 album discography that I even like. I'm sorry, I gotta put them in D tier. I gotta be truthful with myself on that one. All right. I think all these other bands, I think, pretty much speak for themselves. Except I'm probably just also gonna... No, I'm not gonna lower Sorry Mary 3. I don't know. Say, like, Seven Mary 3 or is just one of those bands that you could tell they were just kind of cashing in on the whole grunge scene. So much so that people just don't consider them grunge. People consider them post-grunge. Because they had their debut in 1994, I have to call them grunge. But yeah, no, like American Standard. I mean, that was an album that did blow up, and it yeah, charted at number 21 in New Zealand and 24 in the US. I don't get it. Yeah, Toadies is a one-hit wonder. Shellac's a weird one. Some people call them a noise rock band, but that's a bullshit genre to me. So I don't know. They're whatever. Okay. So yeah. Okay. So yeah. I don't know. There's not really much else I gotta say about the C tiers. Um, I mean, Dinosaur Jr., Soul Asylum, Sponge. I mean, they those bands exist. So yeah. Okay. D tier. I am already gonna make one addendum. Mudhoney, I'm gonna raise to C tier. I gave them too much shit. And hell, maybe over time they'll even go all the way up to the B tier. I think I think it was just having a bad day listening to them. Because they're not that bad. And hell, they're one of the progenitors of grunge as well, right? They had their debut in like what, 80s? Oh wait, no, it wasn't them. I was thinking of Green River. That's right. Green River. What? Yeah, they. No? What the fuck? Who? What the fuck? Who was I thinking of? Whatever. It doesn't matter. But whatever. I think just the one album I heard, which is pretty bad. Oh yeah, I think it was Piece of Cake, right? Yeah, I don't know. But either way, they're not that bad. So yeah. Oh yeah, that's right. The Saltine Delicacy Band. Because God. I still love that thumbnail that I made for this. I know, like, C-word gate. Not that C-word, the other one. I know that's, like, gone. Like, that's been years, but that's... I still love that. They're still a bad band, though. Don't listen to them. Candlebox. I don't know. I mean, they're just a boring band. That's kind of my problem with Candlebox, but you know. Fu Manchu, which I don't like that name. I'm just gonna be honest. Again, they're another one of those Palm Desert bands. And also their lead singer has a very weird vocal style. So I don't know. They're just not really my thing. But yeah, I don't really have anything else to say about any of the other bands. Yeah. I mean, Meat Puppets. This is the dumb name. Better Than Ezra. It's kind of a one-hit wonder. So, yeah. Alright, F tiers. Okay. Oasis. Yes, I considered Oasis a grunge band. Their debut was from 1994, and if you listen to a lot of their deep cuts, well, as I already mentioned, Britpop is basically just British grunge that is just salty about the fact that grunge got popular. So, hence, I count them as grunge. I know I know like they want my head, but I don't give a shit. That being said, Oasis is, in my opinion, one of the most overrated bands of all time. Wonderwall is one of the worst songs I remember hearing so many times as a kid. I fucking hated that song back then. I still hate it to this day. And, well, it doesn't help that, you know, there's always been tensions between the Gallagher brothers. And the fact that they are touring again is kind of sad, to say the least. Yes, since our tier list, they have returned. And are the brothers at each other's throats right now? Probably. But man, I gotta be real. They're just one of those bands that I just cannot really stand. because they clearly just are trying to ride off of, like, you know, they really want to be like the modern version of the Beatles so bad. It's so obvious, but they can't pull it off. They just can't. So, and again, adding in some more like distorted sounds ain't gonna help you guys. So yeah, no, I'm sorry, but like I hate this band. And well, truth be told, most of these other bands down here I also hate. Collective Soul, basically a very flat sounding grunge band where it just sounds like they're using synthesized guitars as opposed to actual guitars. And again, another band that people will call post grunge, try to deflect the fact that they came out during the grunge scene, but they are a grunge band. Just accept the fact that they're a grunge band that's bad. And well, yeah, no, they're like hints, allegations, and everything left unsaid. This is so flat sounding. And also, I think what really rubs me the wrong way about Collective Soul in particular is that, kind of like Creed, although arguably even more so than Creed, Collective Soul, they kind of have like a weird like spiritual thing going on. Like they want to be a Christian rock band so fucking bad. And that's where it just really rubs me the wrong way, because you guys know I can't stand Christian rock, which, well, we're gonna have to talk about a lot of Christian rock in the next tier lists. But it just rubs me the wrong way. So I don't know. It just sounds like fake music. That's all I gotta say about them. Lemonheads, I mean, they didn't technically start off as a grunge band, but they just became one later down the line. Again, they're one of those like 80s bands that was wanting to ride off the success of what was popular at the time, and so they adapted the grunge like look. I mean, just look at the guy. He's clearly trying to look like Kurt Cobain. And yeah, no, they're just kind of a lame attempt at just riding off the success of that scene. You know, unlike Sonic Youth, where they actually had some success with that, Lemonheads did not. So, into your arms, woman, into your arms. Oh, yeah. God. That song lives rent-free in my head. Which, speaking of songs that live rent-free in my head, Little Black, God damn it, I can't even think of the fucking name. Stroke 9. A band that, again, debuted in 93, and so because of that, they count as grunge. They are not post-grunge because of that. And Little Black Backpack. This song is so goddamn annoying. Or at least the version that most people know. Because funny enough, this was actually a re-recorded song that they did actually back in 1995. And, well, the old version is objectively the better version. I mean, it's still kind of lazy writing in that, but it's not obnoxious like this song was. Like, I'm sorry, I hate this fucking band because of that. Again, they're another one-hit wonder that just fell off a cliff. Black Backpack, that is your legacy. One of the worst songs of the late 90s. It's shit. Four Non-Blondes, another band that, again, was really trying to ride on the coattails of grunge at the time. Granted, they are more known for just being a general rock band. They're not exclusively a grunge band, but they have the distorted sounds in their music. But the fact that they literally have a song that is more popular from a meme than it is from their actual band is pretty telling. Yes, what's up? You know, the hey, yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, that's their fucking song. Except, well, that was a remix version that became popular with He-Man of all fucking things. But yeah, no, like, For Non-Blondes, this is a dumb band. Don't support them. They did a reunion tour like earlier this year, which is fucking weird. So, or they're going to have one. I don't know. They're one of those weird fucking bands from that time period that, like, I don't know. The Nixons. I actually don't remember. Why did I dislike this band? I guess while I try to refresh myself on the Nixons, um, Monster Magnet, Monster Magnet, they're just like kind of a, they're just like, you know, kind of a cringy butt rock band. So that's kind of why I put them in F. So, yeah. But yeah, no. Now as far as 7-Year Bitch, yes, that's the name of the band. I think there's another band that I think I gave just a bit too much shit to. So I'll put them in D tier, but I'm not gonna like raise them higher. I just, the vocals are just kind of what get to me when it comes to 7-Year Bitch. That's just me personally. So, oh, that's why I didn't like the Nixons. Cause it's very yeah, it's very butt rocky. Yeah, this is a very butt rock sounding thing. Although, well, this is weird because they debuted in 1990. Okay, to be fair though, Halo actually does sound not too bad. Okay, I think okay, I will say okay. You know what? I think I just listened to a bad album. Yeah, was it called Foma? What was this album called? Yeah, Foma. Yeah, I think I think that's just a bad album. Cause Halo actually, like, I'm listening to Halo right now. That's actually not bad. What about the self-titled? Okay, I'll raise them as well to a D tier. They're not the worst. So, they're not like F tier. So, yeah. Alright, so... Oh, and okay, Grunge Truck, they're down here because I think I actually put Grunge Truck down here specifically because I really hated the album cover of, like, yeah, like, I just really hated one of the album covers. Yeah, Push. I that album cover just gives me a visceral reaction. So, but to be fair to them, let me reassess them. Okay, no, not that band, or at least not yet. No, Push, no, Grunge Truck. Yeah, I think I just kind of. Yeah, I gave him too much shit. C tier. I just hated the album cover because to me like that just matters to me because again I'm an aesthetics guy. You guys should know me. If I don't like the aesthetics of something, I'm not going to like it. So, but well, I guess don't judge a book by its cover. So I guess that's a lesson for us tonight. All right, so that was us updating the bands that were already on the grunge list. But what about the new bands? Because as you can see, we got ourselves, was it 9 or 8? Okay, we got 8 new bands. I'm not gonna take too much time to discuss each and every individual band here. I just wanted to at least refreshen the list a little bit for you guys. So starting off, Eric Strip. They're on the more folksy side, but I kind of like that, you know. Again, because you know, not every band needs to be like, you know, super heavy all the time. I mean, they do have their heavier moments. Though I will say, it's not really like a band that I would say is like for me personally, or at least entirely. So I'll put them in C tier for now, but you know, it is what it is. All right, next up, Gray Days. You know what? Surprisingly, you guys are pretty good. And they have a very familiar vocalist. So, yeah, these guys debuted in '94, so basically barely qualifying under grunge. But yeah, no, like they're surprisingly a pretty good. Yeah, like they're from Arizona, and let's just say that like you know their lead singer went on to do some pretty great things in the following years. As in, he may have been able to try a bit hard, and he got really far. If you catch my drift. Yes, you guys heard that right. Chester Bennington of Linkin Park started off in a grunge band called Grey Days. And I'm not gonna lie, it's actually pretty good. A tier. It's weird hearing him in a grunge band, especially since, you know, he's way more known for being in Linkin Park, obviously. Or was way more, of course. But as far as the stuff that he did in this era, honestly, I thought it was pretty good. And hell, even like the stuff kind of after that, I thought it was actually pretty decent too. So yeah, no, a bit of a surprise for me here. And yeah, it's just kind of weird seeing a young Chester right there. But yeah, obviously we'll talk about him again later, but yeah. All right, Life of Agony. More on the heavier side. But I think that they're just kind of okay. Though I'll put them in a B tier. I admittedly didn't really hear too much from this, but I do like how they are kind of like they're kind of like an Alice in Chains, in that they are a lot more on the heavier side. So, and from what I've heard, I thought was fine. So I'll put them in the B tier. All right, Moist, a word that I know a lot of people love. So, yeah, it's a very moist band right there. I will say though, they are a band that I feel like they do try hard just a little bit too much. Again, they're kind of one of those. They're like a very awkward transitionary grunge band. So I'll put them in C tier. I don't know. Go check them out if you're interested. If you like something that's a bit more melodic, that's kind of what Moist is. But I don't know. They're not entirely for me. All right, Spiderbait. A band that I low-key am surprised is actually as big as they are, because they had 1 million listeners on Spotify. What? And they started off as a grunge band. I mean, yeah. Sorry, I'm lit. By the way, I am re-listening to this just to kind of remind myself. But yeah, they started off as grunge band. They have like very cutesy art, like album covers though. But yeah, no. I admittedly do kind of like this though. Again, definitely more, I'd say. What's like the best comparison? I I guess the best comparison, at least with their early stuff, I would say is probably something like the Melvins. So if you like that more hardcore doom style of grunge, at least in their early works, you might like them. They went away from that to kind of a more general pop sound, but yeah, they started off as a very hardcore grunge band for a while, and I like, from what I heard, I liked. So Spiderbait, they're going in the B tier. All right, Split Skin. From what I remember, or not Split, no, not Split. What are they called? God damn it. Okay, yeah, sorry. It's kind of hard for me to like actually look at that thing, but whatever this fucking band is, I think it's another band that's kind of similar to Moist in that they are more of a kind of more of a, on the poppier side of things, if I remember correctly. Yeah, what's their actual name? It's gonna bother me because I can't really fucking. Stiltskin. That's right. Yeah, Stiltskin. Let me just remind myself of exactly what they sounded like. Okay, not pop, but okay, they're kind of like a Mother Love Bone in that they're a grunge slash glam kind of thing. I think that's the best way to describe Stiltskin. Which you would think would be a terrible combination, but this is fine. I'll give it like a high C. Weird combination, but that's kind of a given. So that's all I gotta really say about them. All right, Swerve Driver. I'm just gonna go out and say this. Swerve Driver. At least their 1992 record, Mesca Head. I actually kind of like. Yeah, it's the one with like the Spanish bowl on it, which is interesting. Yeah, I'm gonna put them in A tier. I'm kind of annoyed that I didn't really hear about these guys until fairly recently while trying to do more research on grunge. I know some people would more so classify them as, oh, they're more of a shoegaze band. Shoegaze, it's just kind of, it's just proggy grunge at the end of the day. I mean, I fucking classified Hum as grunge, so. But yeah, honestly, pretty good. It obviously because of those proggy elements, it's going to be a bit. I'd say the best comparison would be to like a mix between like Hum and Failure, and I think that is actually a pretty good combination as far as the style of music is concerned. So yeah, go check them out. So if you like more of that sort of experimental sort of grunge, Swerve Driver's got you covered. All right, the Verve Pipe. So this is the final band for grunge. But I was not impressed. That's right. I'll put them in a C tier. They're okay. So, not really anything I would say is too special, but not the worst. And well, unfortunately, I think I just kind of reaffirmed what I believed before. That unfortunately, grunge, despite it being one of the most cherished genres of all time and containing some of the most iconic bands, period, unfortunately, I think I still kind of stand by that overall grunge is still, unfortunately, kind of mid. And that's not even me wanting to hate on grunge, because I love some of these bands here. Like, again, Soundgarden and Pearl Jam are two of my favorite bands of all time. And Alice in Chains. Yeah, Alice in Chains and Hum, I think they're, like, fantastic bands. Temple of the Dog, even. But I think people do really forget that when grunge was at its peak, there's a lot of bands that just kind of, like, people just kind of completely forgot about. Also, hey Astra, thank you for joining in and thank you for the follow. Welcome to Sly Army. Sorry. Anyways, but yeah, no, that's just kind of like my thing. At least when it comes to grunge, people forget just how many bands were around. So, but yeah, that's kind of my thing. Not like, it's not a bad genre. It's just not like, just keep in mind just the types of bands that were there. So, but, and yes, usually I don't respond to chat, but I appreciate you popping in. So, especially, and I don't blame you for leaving because now I got to talk about new metal. Oh my god. So yeah, I don't blame you for wanting to leave after that. But anyways, so yeah, that's grunge for you. But yeah, let's move on to new metal. So okay, weirdly enough, technically this is technically a tier list that I'm redoing a second time, because I remember me and Sai and we originally did a recording of this back in August of 2021. But due to some complications with some of the streaming, we had to re-record it in April of 2022. Shino even joined us in that one for a little bit. But this time I'm doing this alone. And, well, new metal, as you guys are probably well aware, this was a genre that used to kind of be my shit whenever I was in high school. Like, new metal was just one of those genres that, like, whenever I first heard about the term, like, I knew of bands that were in the genre, but I didn't know the name of said genre until, like, around, like, I want to say, like, what, 8th grade, 9th grade for me. Because I knew of like Rage Against the Machine and Linkin Park and Slipknot, of course, but I didn't know about like what they were, like what genre it was. I just kind of assumed it was just kind of like, you know, heavy rap rock. It's more than that. It's basically down-tuned, distorted metal with hardcore drumming and rap vocals. At least that's how I define new metal. And oh boy, you guys see the disparity here compared to good and bad. Let's just say that our tier list, even that aged poorly in a lot of respects. But let's talk about the bands here, because oh my fucking god, this was probably the most pain I've had listening to any just music in general. Not just with, you know, both the re-recordings, but even really re-listening to a lot of the bands that I had to do for this stream. But we'll start from the top, and then we'll work our way down to the bottom. I'd say, yeah, the first 4 bands, they're not going to change. Rage Against the Machine, Linkin Park, Deftones, and System of a Down. Okay. Rage, Deftones, and System of a Down, they're not going to change. And yes, I do consider Rage Against the Machine a new metal band. It actually bothers me that people have been trying to distance them from being a new metal band. They are like the band that started it all. They have the down-tuned guitars. They have the distorted portions that a lot of new metal bands are known for. They have the hardcore drumming. They have the rap vocals. And hell, half the bands that are even on the screen for you guys, they basically just copied Rage Against the Machine. Like, new metal new metal was either you ripped off Korn or you ripped off Rage Against the Machine. That's essentially what it boils down to. And so, yeah, it's just kind of weird that people have been distancing themselves from Rage Against the Machine as being a part of the genre. That being said, though, they're still amongst one of my favorite bands of all time. And it makes me sad that I'll never be able to see them because, well, they unfortunately disbanded again last year, which hurts me. But yeah, no, Rage Against the Machine, they're a classic for a reason. Same thing with Deftones and System of a Down. I actually saw Deftones recently. They were so good live. And again, as far as their new metal stuff goes, which is Adrenaline, Around the Fur, White Pony, they're self-titled, and Diamond Eyes. Those albums speak for themselves. And System of a Down, they don't have a single bad album. I don't even know if they have a bad song. I will say, though, their fucking drummer is kind of cringe. But Darren Malakian and Serge Tankian are personalities that I have always really, really loved. Because they don't take the whole fucking rock thing seriously. And they shouldn't, because, well, truth be told, you know, the idea of, like, you know, being a rock star is kind of a toxic one. And they recognize that. So, I'm glad. And, well, I mean, I'm sorry. I will always love that interview that they did with that one chick, where it was just Darren Malakian just kind of trolling her. It was so funny. I'm not going to play the whole thing. Yeah, this fucking... Yeah, this... this one. Oh my god. I'm not gonna play the audio for you guys, but, like, you get the point. That was a fucking great interview. So, because they were just trolling them, but whatever. Point is, System of a Down, fantastic band. You know what I am still gonna stick up here, though? Uh, yeah, Glassjaw and Skindred. They are also S tier new metal bands. Yes, Glassjaw is a new metal band. People mostly associate them with post-hardcore. And while, yes, they were definitely a major influence on post-hardcore, which of course we'll talk about in a second, they, I would still argue, are a very big band in the new metal scene. And instrumentally, they've always been a really good band. I will admit, some of their lyrics on their debut can be a bit questionable at points. Though Daryl Palumbo did eventually, address some of that stuff, which is pretty nice. So, again, forgive, never forget, but it's better to forgive. So, that's all I gotta say about Glassjaw. Is that they're fantastic, and I'd recommend you guys listen to them. And Skindred, sort of a reggae sort of mix of new metal. And that's honestly a pretty good mix. As far also, they've really blown up since their most recent album. They got like a really big sort of resurgence in popularity, and that's good for them, honestly, because they're definitely one of the better bands of that scene, especially with how unique they were. So, yeah, no, Skindred for sure. Why am I ignoring Linkin Park? Well, I mean, let's be real here. Hybrid Theory and Meteora alone are two of the best albums of all time. Hands down. And well, we already discussed a little bit about Chester Bennington. Obviously, this was his band for sure, along with Mike Shinoda. And, like I said, their first two albums, fantastic. And even Minutes to Midnight and The Hunting Party, I would argue, are pretty good. Though, Minutes to Midnight isn't really a new metal record. But whatever. But unfortunately, they did kind of teeter off after a while. I mean, people tend to kind of forget just how bad Living Things and Thousand Suns actually were. And well, it didn't really help that after One Last Light came out, well, we eventually lost Chester. And well, starting around 2024, Linkin Park got a new singer, which some people would be kind of apprehensive about. Originally, I was open to the idea because, I am someone who is like, I at least am someone who does recognize when sometimes you want to have a new sound, like you want to have some like a new lead singer, sort of lead the charge. I'm fine with that. Unfortunately, they chose Emily Armstrong, which okay, I'm actually kind of embarrassed even kind of wearing like a Bark shirt right now. Now I think about it, but okay, but anyways, Emily Armstrong. If you guys pretty much know anything about just the general scene, like if you guys have heard, she's a personality, to say the least. Specifically involving Scientology, which, if you guys know me, you guys should probably know I think that Scientology is extremely fucking cringy as shit. Like, obviously I don't want to get into the specifics here, but like, let's just say that I am not a big fan. And, the fact that she was kind of associated with that raised a lot of questions in my head. And then the album From Zero dropped last year. And it was kind of a return to their old sound, but not really. And I don't know. And also, it doesn't help that Mike Shinoda has been kind of acting a bit cringy about it recently as well. So that hasn't really helped things. And I don't know, man. If I'm gonna be honest, and again, I'm wearing a Linkin Park shirt, you can see, but I have to lower them. They're not going lowered because, again, Hybrid Theory, Meteora, like those carry it for them. But let's be real here. Linkin Park, I don't think is ever really gonna like get back to where they were, and that just makes me sad. So that's kind of my point. So I hate doing that, but I gotta be real with you guys. I am not looking forward to the direction of what Linkin Park is going to be in the next like following like few years. If anything, from zero is to take into account. So let's just hope that that doesn't start really tainting the music, because I don't want them. I don't want to put them in a C tier. I put them in a B tier before, but I really don't want to put them in C or D tier. So again, they're being carried right now by like their legacy. But that's all I gotta really say about Linkin Park at the current state, unfortunately. And then we got Seven Dust and Rammstein. Seven Dust used to be one of my favorite bands of all time, but recently I realized like a few things about Seven Dust. Number one, I never really went back to a lot of their stuff from their mid-career. Oh, by the way, they're still in A tier, by the way. Rammstein as well. Yeah, like I never really went back to a lot of their stuff from like post Next. I don't know, just kind of in the late 2000s and early 2010s, they just kind of didn't really do too much. They kind of had that, they did have a bit of a problem. The one trick pony problem that I kind of realized. And, well, there's that. There's also the lead guitarist and, well, what used to be on his guitar. So, which I didn't realize until I started watching videos from Woodstock 99. And that made me cringe so bad. Yes, they tried doing a Pantera where the guitarist used to have a fucking Confederate guitar. God. Though, the silver lining in that is, well, back in 2020, he did apologize about that, and he did recognize what it meant and how he was inadvertently disrespecting his, the person he was working with, Legion Witherspoon, their lead singer. So, again, I forgive, never forget, but I'd rather them forgive. But unfortunately, because of that, I kind of have to, like, because of those two things, I have to drop them down to A tier. I'm sorry, guys. Like, I still do respect them, though. But that did kind of taint it for me. Again, as long as they're able to, like, apologize for that shit, like, kind of like with Glassjaw, I'd rather them apologize than, like, not acknowledge it at all. Because if they just double down on that, I'd put them down in fucking F tier. But because I still like the music and they did apologize for that, I'm willing to give them a pass. But unfortunately, that's not the worst thing we have to talk about, which unfortunately we're gonna have to get to in a second. But first, Rammstein. I just kind of realized over the years that Rammstein is just one of those bands that, again, I respect, but I don't really listen to them a lot. So they're going in A tier. But I do respect them. So, yeah. Alright. So, yeah. Oh, and Code Orange. I guess they could still... No, they'll be an A tier. I wouldn't call them like a top 10 new metal band. No, I wouldn't call them a top tier new metal band, but they're still pretty good. So, which, by the way, we're gonna have to talk about them a lot. Which, by the way, because there's a lot of bands that have a lot of crossover between new metal, post-hardcore, and metalcore. I'm not gonna repeat a lot of the same things that I say if I talk about a band in one tier list first. I'll just put them in whatever respective tier later. So, all right. So, I don't think I have too much to. Okay. I actually, unfortunately, do have quite a few things to say about some of these bands. So, okay, so first of all, Slipknot. I think they're still going to stay in A tier, because their mid-career stuff is kind of iffy, but like, you know, their self-titled in Iowa are still fantastic, and their newer stuff is pretty banger. So I'm keeping them in there. Manga, you know, Turkish Linkin Park, essentially. Okay, I can never have manga above Linkin Park. That's disingenuous. So I'll put them like right there. But they're Turkish Linkin Park. Go look them up. Korn. Yeah, I think they're still fine there. 1 Minute Silence. Okay, which, I mean, Korn, of course. A lot of the bands that we're going to be talking about down here, they, like I said, they either ripped off Rage or they ripped off Korn. And while yes, Korn has their cringier moments, even in their earlier years, they have made more good than bad. So I know some people are kind of iffy about some of their newer stuff, but I'd argue that like their newer stuff is probably some of the best stuff they've done since the early 2000s. That's saying a lot, considering that they made Path of Totality. So, but yeah, Korn's staying there. 1 Minute Silence is staying there as well. Yeah, Evanescence is staying here. Tala is staying here for sure. Soulfly is staying here. Fuck the haters, because there's people shit on Soulfly. They're not one of the new metal bands that deserves that. Cane Hill, yes. And yeah, Kevin Sherwood. So, but yeah. Spoiler alert, Tala and Cane Hill will be in our metalcore tier list. So I'm just gonna say this now. Tala and Cane Hill are probably the best newer new metal bands. Oh, and Code Orange. They're, at least in my opinion, the best newer new metal bands from like that popped off in the scene in the past like 10 years. So, I mean, Code Orange, of course, really good mix of like electronic, metalcore, new metal together. Tala, even though they're very Korn-like, I still think that they're pretty good. I'm excited about their new album. And in the case of Cane Hill, they dropped an album last year after 6 years. And, well, truth be told, I thought it was worth the wait. So, like, I definitely see a bright future for them. If they continue to make music, of course. So, yeah, no, I think that, you know, all three of those bands, as far as new metalcore, really good. So, hell yeah. And Soulfly, okay, I have to spill some tea. You know why I'm someone who's kind of apprehensive about talking about like certain bands and whatnot? Well, I used to be a part of a server. I'm not going to name the server, but basically, the reason why I do tend to be pretty, you know, defensive of certain bands is, well, unfortunately, I used to be part of a music server on Discord, for like a pretty decently sized music reviewer channel. and they have like a channel to where you can like rank certain bands, and let's just say that there was always like 3 or 4 like motherfuckers in that like channel who would always shit on like the bands that I would always like, and like they always praise like the bands that I fucking hate, like, and well, let's just say that Soulfly was one of their targets. Like they would just kind of lump it in with every other new metal band when it's like, dude, they're objectively way better than like 90% of the new metal bands here. I mean, their mixing of like, you know, traditional Brazilian sounds is what makes them unique. And not only that, but also um Max Cavalera's vocals on a lot of like their, especially in like their early stuff, works. And hell, even their non-new metal stuff I still think is really damn good. Like I've listened to, like recently I've been listening to a lot more of their deep cuts. And was it Conquer from was it 2008? Not a new metal album, but one of the best more modern, in air quotes, since, you know, 2008. It's one of the best thrash / death metal albums I've ever heard, at least in my opinion. So they're a very versatile band, is my point. And I don't know, I guess that's kind of why I do get really annoyed at points when it comes to like other people's opinions. So again, people can like and dislike whatever they want. Just let me have Soulfly and other bands, but that's a whole other discussion for later. All right, so okay, so what about these other bands? Well, I've got some bad news, unfortunately, for all these other acts. So, Kevin Sherwood, by the way, Treyarch called these zombies the Easter egg songs, and Blood Simple, I'm gonna lower them down to B tier. I think I gave Blood Simple just a bit too much credit, because they're fine, but in like, you know, at least they're one of the earliest examples of like the beginnings of like the new like metalcore and new metal mixing that I thought definitely worked. But I don't really listen to I don't go back and listen to them as much as, you know, other bands. Though they're definitely like up there as far as being a pretty decent new metal band. So, and as for you know, the Call of Duty Zombie tracks with Kevin Sherwood, again, keep in mind, there's songs that I absolutely love from that. Paradolia and Abracadabra, I think, are pretty fantastic. Beauty of Annihilation, even. But keep in mind is that he's more known, like, he doesn't really make albums. Because at the end of the day, Kevin Sherwood, he's more of a video game music composer rather than, like, you know, a music artist, if that makes sense. So it's complicated to try to like rank them, but he was able to release some classics. So I think that's pretty much worth it. So they're staying in the B tier. And well, then we got these next few bands. Psycho Stick and My Ticket Home. Okay, with My Ticket Home, I'm gonna have to lower them down to a C tier. I gave these guys just a bit way too much credit. Because again, whenever I ranked these guys pretty high in our first tier list and our new metal tier list, I was still in like my new metal phase. And I'm gonna be honest with you guys, I feel like their music has kind of aged poorly. in both a production standpoint, but also in a lyrical standpoint. Jesus Christ, I feel embarrassed for ranking them this high, and I have to sincerely apologize to people about putting them higher than I should have. They're not that good. So I think I have to sincerely apologize. No, they're not terrible, but they do kind of have kind of a problem that like a lot of like older Korn had, but it's worse in their case because 20-year, like 15-year difference. So yeah. Also, they haven't really made new music in a while, so there's also that. So yeah. Yeah. I'm sorry, guys. And then we got Psycho Stick. And you know what? Okay, I'll put them in a B tier, but it's gonna be a lower B. I think I've just kind of realized that I'm not really a big fan of joke bands anymore. Or just, yeah. I don't know. They're just one of those bands that, I don't know. I guess I've just kind of realized that if I want to listen to music, I'd rather it take itself at least somewhat seriously. Now, granted, there can still be bands that can be silly and not take themselves super seriously all the time, and I can still enjoy them. Bare Naked Ladies and System of a Down, as we talked about so far, are good examples of that. System of a Down, a lot of their songs can be silly sounding, but a lot of their songs can also be pretty sincere. Like Question, for example. Pretty sincere, down-to-earth song. They can also have, God damn it, I can't even remember the name of the song. Banana, terracotta pie. Like, they can have, like, songs like that as well. But I like having that mix. I don't like it if a band is just a band that takes itself 100% unseriously. I don't like that. So, or at least I don't like that. It's not my thing. So, yeah, I have to lower them down. I have to lower Psycho Stick down to B tier. I'm sorry, guys. But we've unfortunately reached the two bands that unfortunately hurt me the most tonight. Disturbed and Issues. So, if you guys remember, I was I'd say I was a pretty big fan of Disturbed in high school. Like, 9th and 10th grade, like, they were kind of the shit for me. 10,000 Fists was one of my favorite albums of all time for the longest time. And hell, I was even a defender of The Sickness. So, yeah, you could tell I was like a dedicated Disturbed fan. Well, unfortunately though, I'm not gonna lie, over the past few years, there's kind of, like, after a while, after kind of re-listening, I kind of realized that The Sickness has not aged well, like, at all. Like, I think I may have defended some of those songs just a bit too much. So, I mean, of course, Down with the Sickness, like the title track, has that infamous, domestic abuse solo, as Anthony Fantano coined it. But also, the synths on that album, I realized were kind of shit. Like, and I mean, even some of their later albums, or some of the albums after that, Believe. I mean, I never was a fan of Indestructible. But yeah, like Believe and Asylum, they've kind of just aged pretty poorly. And well, I mean, their newer stuff, like kind of post hiatus, I've never really been a big fan of. And then there was that, and then there was this bullshit. David Draymond was in Israel last year, signing the bombs that fucking the IDF was signing, or what? Or excuse me, David Draymond was signing the bombs that the IDF were dropping on Gaza last year. I don't even think I need to say anything after that. Do I need to say anything? Do I need to say anything for you guys? I've lost all respect for them after that. You can't do that. Why are you... I put them all the way in an A tier. I was a defender of this piece of shit band. I bought the CDs with my own money. Look, I am not overreacting for the camera. I am being dead fucking serious when I say this. If you support what Israel is doing in Gaza, you're a fucking piece of shit. If you think signing a bomb as a celebrity that's dropping on Palestinian children is cool, you're a fucking cunt. So yeah, no, suffice to say, I feel very ashamed about the fact that I bought several of their albums and even a poster. So yeah, no, I'm probably gonna I'm gonna have to fucking unfortunately I haven't been able to fucking sell those CDs. I don't want to keep that shit. I actually feel gross that I have those CDs. And truth be told, I'm probably just gonna fucking burn that goddamn poster that I have, because I don't want to support that shit. So yeah, no, fuck this band now. So yeah, you thought you thought this was gonna be a happy stream tonight. Oh, you thought this was gonna be happy? Well, unfortunately, this isn't the last of it. Because unfortunately, Issues has a very... Also, did some fucked up shit recently. So, Issues. A band that, well, I respected. Kind of a cool mix between metalcore and R&B and new metal. Unique mix, different styles. So, you know. But, well, if there's anything that unfortunately I've learned recently about even some people that I used to know, is you never get close to, like, if you are a man, if you're a man and you're being pretty friendly to children, yep, unfortunately, the fucking lead singer of Issues is a pedophile. I feel gross for also liking this band. Let's move on. I guess let's move on. Because I really don't want to talk about this shit. Okay. So, okay, these bands are staying. Yes, I'd say all of the bands here that I just moved, they're staying. So Hacktivist, Burn the Priest, Lamb of God Before Lamb of God, Machine Head, El Nino, Bring Me the Horizon, Rob Zombie, Plemo, Vane, Straight from the Path, Duran Gray, Non-Point, and Spine Shake. They're all gonna stay in the B tier. I don't really think I need to say too much about any of these bands. All I'm gonna say is, I guess the only thing I'm really gonna say is, or the only few things that I feel like talking about is, Machine Head, they're fine. What else? Yeah, Rob Zombie's fine. Vane is like one of the few deathcore like bands that I think are tolerable. Straight from the Path, people give them too much shit. I'm not gonna like raise them higher because they do have some problems, but they're fine nonetheless. And yeah, I'd say the other bands they're fine. Although I will say this about Bring Me the Horizon. Obviously they released a new album last year, and I will say I've always been very conflicted with Bring Me the Horizon. I mean, if you guys know me, you guys know that I've always just kind of had mixed opinions about Bring Me the Horizon as a whole. But their newest album, Post-Human Next Gen, has definitely been one of their most divided as of late. And, well, unfortunately, I've got to be... Like, sorry, like, I gotta be real with you guys. I was not a big fan. Now, I will say this. I don't like how people have been calling that an emo album. It's not an emo album. It's metalcore, it's post-hardcore, it's new metal, it's post-grunge, it's pop rock and pop punk, electro rock, but it's not emo. That's been annoying the fuck out of me. So I just want to clarify. I want to clarify that right now. Is that is not an emo record. Stop calling it an emo album. It's not. It has more songs that rip off Deftones than it does MCR. But that's unfortunately my problem. Is that Bring Me the Horizon? They used to be ahead of the curve as far as music trends. because they were amongst one of the first bands to help popularize deathcore before that started blowing up in the around late 2000s, early 2010s. And well, they were one of the first band. They weren't the first band, but they were like the first band to help popularize the mixing of both nu metal and metalcore, because with Suicide Season, because that's basically just British Iowa right there. So, yeah, Suicide Season is a nu metal record, by the way. And, they kept up that momentum for a while until they started doing more Linkin Park inspired stuff, starting with Sempiternal. So, like, they used to be ahead of the curve, but starting with Amo, especially, it just felt like they kind of started to stagnate. And I'm not gonna lie, Next Gen feels like it's an album that released like a decade or two ago, but not in a good way. Like, they used to be ahead of the game. Now they're really far behind everyone else, is my point. So, and I don't know, it just felt like it was just so lazy. A lot of there's a song that literally just straight up sounds like fucking My Summer Home by Deftones on that album. Like, they're just blatant, or even like the first song, it's just straight up like a ripoff of Chirrup Rock by Smashing Pumpkins. Like, they've just gotten lazy over the years. I'm just gonna be frank, and that's coming from someone who saw them live. So it's getting really hard to defend Bring Me the Horizon nowadays. I'm just gonna be straight up honest about that. And stop calling them emo. They're not a fucking emo band. Like, I'm getting, like, if one more motherfucker fucking calls them an emo band, I'm going to scream. But anyways. So, yeah, no. Unfortunately, every other band we've got here, except for Bladewood, you're cool. They're getting lowered. Apartment 26, Suicide Silence, Lofophora, Taproot, and OTEP, they're all going in the C tiers. They're not bad bands. They're just not really they're not bands that I would say are like really standoutish. I think I defended Taproot in Apartment 26 and OTEP just a bit too long. But they're not bad by any means. I know people hate OTEP, and they really are not a fan of the lead singer. But as we already discussed, she's not even the worst lead singer. So, yeah. So, yeah, they're all just kind of, yeah. But you also saw that I also mentioned Flaw. Well, let's rewind back to 2022, where, whenever I talked about them, I was like, I know people shit on them, but they're not that bad. Well, unfortunately, recently, I discovered, like, I knew Chris Voltz, their lead singer, was not the greatest person. Being in favor of deporting people and saying the hard R in concerts, I don't think really, I don't think that's the smartest thing to do. And I don't think that having very like pro cop and pro military lyrics in some of your newest records is really the smartest idea, especially, considering that we've got ourselves a fucking fascist in, office right now. How about you just dull your racist piece of shit mind just a little bit for our sanity, okay? Oh, and also actually fucking pay your also actually properly split the money between your fucking previous band members with you. The things I fucking learn after a while. So, okay. What else is getting lowered? Okay, so this is not a this is not like a stream that I feel like people really wanted me to do, but I gotta be real with you guys. Okay, so I don't think any of these bands are gonna change down here. I mean, Revile, there's kind of another Rage clone, Down the Sun, or whatever, Clawfinger, whatever. You know, all these bands, they're fine. They're just okay. I don't really hate any of these bands. However, Marilyn Manson, Exilia, and Stuck Mojo, they're going in the D tier. Marilyn Manson, is just one of those artists that I think over time I realize I'm just not a fan of at all. I mentioned this, I think, in a few of our other tier lists, and I feel like I was just pressured into putting Marilyn Manson higher than I should have. Because if you guys even remember rewatching some of our older tier lists, you guys saw how hesitant I was whenever we had other people join in, and like they put Marilyn Manson in S tier. It's like, I wouldn't put him that high. And considering a lot of the allegations as of right now, I don't think this is the wisest idea. So, as for Exilia and Stuck Mojo, it's just, I just don't think the music has aged particularly well for either of those bands. So that's why I put them lower. And then we got Downset, a band that I knew was just basically one of the first bands that pretty much just copy Rage Against the Machine. That was just kind of their whole shtick. And I mean, they used to basically just kind of be another sort of, left adjacent band at the time. Too bad the lead singer thought it was a good idea to lose his goddamn marbles and basically say that the Austrian mustache, like the Austrian toothbrush mustache man, was actually not that bad of a guy. What universe am I living in? Jesus fucking Christ, dude. Oh my god. Oh my god. What is wrong with these people? Like, seriously. Did I just get transported to another like, what is wrong with these fucking people? Did I just get transported to another fucking dimension? Where, like, being a fucking pedophile or, like, a racist is, like, okay? Like, seriously, like, am I just in a different universe? Like, and, again, this was recent! This was in 2021! What the fuck? What is wrong with you people? What is wrong with you motherfuckers? I wish I was exaggerating. I really wish. I'm telling you. I'm fucking telling you. I'm fucking telling you guys with a straight face. I fucking wish I was like exaggerating for you guys, but I swear to God, these people have lost their goddamn fucking minds if they're literally praising goddamn Hitler for no fucking reason and literally just thinking that it's good to doodle children and fucking sign shit on goddamn bombs being participating in a goddamn genocide. What the fuck? Actually, what the fuck? You know what? What's next? What's next? Anyone who has like a disability should like like seriously, what's next? The fucking next band that we're gonna talk about, they're gonna advocate for fucking, you know, shooting a bunch of people who have autism or something. Like, I'm being serious. Like, what the fuck? What is wrong with these people? Like, like, Jesus fucking Christ, man. Okay. Let's calm ourselves down. Let's talk about a band. Let's talk about a band that sucks, but not controversially. Please. I need fucking water. Whatever. I'll get one after this. Anyways. Okay. Next band. Admittedly a band that is kind of a meme for you guys. So let's lighten up the mood a little bit. Darwin's Waiting Room. Yes. Like, I'm smiling because we have a history of Darwin's Waiting Room on this channel. So it's everyone's favorite band, right? Okay, jokes aside, Darwin's Waiting Room is objectively a fucking dog shit band. But they're a band that, like, I can't help but love, you know? They're like, you know, they're just one of those bands that you know was bad, but you just still can't help but love. Despite how bad it is, you know? Like, I don't know. I will always love the moment when I first discovered these guys. I was just like kind of randomly, because I was doing research for our original nu metal tier list, just kind of looking for bands to listen to, and I found that name. I was like, what the hell is that? That's just a dumb name. And then like I went down the funniest rabbit hole ever, and ever since then it just became an inside joke of all my friends. So yeah, thankfully they haven't done anything fucked up, to my knowledge. They're just a bad band, but they're a bad band that we love. They may be a personal villain of mine, but like a joke villain, not like a fucked up villain. So we all love them. So, and yes, by the way, I am well aware that, well, the list keeps getting lower and lower. We already have a 4th row for the F tier. Can we make it a 5? Well, we'll have to see what's on the D tiers. So this is okay. I'm actually gonna bring up a band that you guys might be shocked that I'm actually gonna be raising. Papa Roach. Yeah, I said it. Papa Roach ain't that bad. I think I just gave them a bit too much shit because I was kind of in, like, I don't know. They're not the best band in the world. Like, I don't think, you know, I don't think it's like the best thing to really defend Papa Roach. I mean, there's just way better bands, but they're harmless, you know? They're like your standard butt rock new metal. They're fine. And, like, I guess I just kind of make fun of them because, you know, they do have some pretty bad cringy moments. But, like, I can at least understand, you know, why some people appreciate them. I still think that, you know, the name sounds like a yeast infection. But as far as new metal as far as their new metal stuff is concerned, they're not that bad. They're really not. But I'm not gonna like go out of my way to defend them though. So I don't know. I guess I've just become pretty apathetic about them. I don't really care. So I mean, as far as everyone else though, oh yeah, there's some okay. Okay, as far as bands that I'm lowering, okay, well let's okay, so the D tiers. What's for sure staying? I'd say these are the bands that are no. Yeah, these bands are staying, I'd say. I mean, yeah, Linnea 77, the anti-Italian if you hate this band. That was an inside joke, but whatever. Breaking Benjamin. I feel like these guys have become like one of my existential villains over the years. But I'm not gonna repeat what I've said like in our many tier lists about them. Need I say more? I mean, everything else here, I mean, do I really need to talk about fucking Switched? Or H blocks for you guys? Like, they're just kind of your lactose new metal bands, you know? Or like Orgy. Or Godsmack. Granted, Godsmack... I have a feeling there's some fucked up shit that they have in their closet. But because I haven't seen anything quite yet, except for that one anti-abortion song, but like that was from fucking years ago, and also like I don't know. It's just they're whatever, you know. Same thing with Saliva. I feel like both these bands have skeletons in their closet, but we just haven't seen it yet. But yeah, as far as everything else, it's whatever. Everything else though, they're going in F. Yeah, Element 80, Ultra Spank, Twisted Method, Endo. Yeah, yeah. I'm surprised I didn't put them in F tier last day. These guys offended me so fucking badly. Like, yeah, they're going in F. Deadlights, they're going in F. And okay, yeah, that's it for now. But yeah, I mean, these are just really, really bottom of the barrel crap that I'm surprised I even put them in D tier. Like, Element 80, One Trick Pony, Ultra Spank, really dumb name, and really bad production. Twisted Method. I mean, Twin Method was already a bad enough band that you would confuse between each other. There's bad. Endo, I remember last time I got really, really pissed off with them in particular because they were just the prime example of just the worst kind of, basically just being a copy of a copy of a copy of a copy. Like, they really wanted to be like a Linkin Park, Korn, Rage Against the Machine hybrid band, and that really fucking annoyed me. So, again, if I could, I would play you clips of what I'm talking about, but because music, unfortunately, is the worst thing to try to stream on YouTube and Twitch, I can't show you because of the stupid copyright laws. But man, I wish I could show you just how bad a lot of this shit got. This shit got really, really fucking bad. I think I need to emphasize that to you guys, is that, you know, a lot of this stuff got really cookie cutter so badly. Actually, you know what? Fuck it. I'm in a bad mood tonight. I'm gonna like throw shade at Sunk Lotto and Forland because they're bad too. So yeah, no. And yeah, Deadlights, horrible vocals, and even worse, Korn ripoff. This shit's just really, really bad, man. People, I'm telling you guys, I'm starting to see why people really hate nu metal, because oh my god, a lot of this shit has aged really bad. And we haven't even reached the F tiers yet, man. Like, the FF tiers. But, whatever. Alright, you know what, though? There is one silver lining in all this. Static X, I'm also going to raise up to a C tier. But, like, very low C. They're not a great band, and I still am not a fan of their vocals. But, like, I feel bad for saying that because, of course, Wayne Static, he passed away over 10 years ago. Like, I've honestly never really been a big fan of his vocals. So, yeah. That said, they're not the worst thing in the world. But, yeah. And then we got the worst of the worst. So, I mean, it goes without saying, Spoken, Skillet, Love and Death, 1,000 Foot Crutch, Demon Hunter, who else? Since October. And I think that's all. Yeah, that's all of them. It goes without saying, I can't stand Christian rock. I will always be someone who will put Christian rock at the bottom of each tier. Obviously, that doesn't mean you guys can't like Christian rock. It's just, I just don't want to feel like I'm being preached at. So, need I say more about those bands? Obviously, POD is like the, bottom of, is the king of the shit crop of Christian rock. And I will always be a huge critic of their music, especially since they're basically just Christian / right-wing Rage Against the Machine. And, well, I guess I also have a particular hatred against this band because let's just say that YouTubers online used to grift for this particular band, which was annoying as fuck. So, there's that. So, yeah, no. These bands are bad. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about that. And, well, need I say more about Limp Bizkit and Amur and Attila? Need I say more about those three bands? Or Stained? Need I say more? Who else? I mean, King 810 is just... they're just another band like Amur or Attila. They're just cringecore. They're just cringecore. I mean, all these bands are cringecore, to be fair, but, especially them. Especially since they went to a certain event trying to bring back a fascist in office 4 years ago, but, of course, I've already talked a lot about politics tonight, more than I wished. Who else? Yeah, Dope. Yeah, Dope and Power Man 5000. I hate their production, and their vocals are even worse. Mudvayne, they only have like half of a good album, and even then, it's ruined by a vocalist who can't sing for shit. I don't know why people defend Mudvayne. Mudvayne is just not a good band, people. They're bad. Cold Chamber, same thing. And yes, Vanilla Ice did have a new metal career, and it's as bad as it sounds. Union Underground, I mean, I complain, like, just like with Endo, they are just another prime example of just, you know, the worst aspects of new metal on crack. And like I said, I can go on and on about each and every single one of these bands, about either them being a Rage Against the Machine clone, or a Korn clone, or just being the most not mind-numbingly annoying thing ever, or even in the case of a band like Nemec, which like, I actually had a physical headache after I listened to them. Or even Mushroom Head, where I had a barber that defended them even though they literally had Confederate merchandising, even though they're from fucking Ohio. So, yeah, no. I don't want to feel like I'm repeating myself on a lot of these bands. But we're not done yet. Because we still got other bands to talk about. And we've got bands that, I will admit, I didn't count as new metal at first. But I went back and double checked myself. And I did, over time, kind of just accept the fact that they are new metal. I think I was just kind of in denial about some of these bands being new metal because I just really didn't like them, and I was still kind of in my new metal phase. But after listening to a lot of their deep cuts, I've concluded that Edema, Chevelle, and Crazy Town are in fact new metal, much to my dismay. But we'll talk about Crazy Town in a second. Actually, I think it's more appropriate to talk about Crazy Town first. But first, we got Edema. Jonathan Davis's half-brothers band, only for like their first 2 albums. It's complicated. I guess I was originally on the fence with Edema because, well, yes, they had a lot of like grooves and they had like sort of a rap vocal style. At first, I guess I just didn't really hear the down-tuned guitars. But after like really listening to it, yeah, they're a new metal band. They still suck though. If you guys remember on our post-grunge tier list, I put them in F tier, and I still put them in F tier here. They're not the worst example, but they're still pretty bad. And then we've got ourselves Crazy Town, which, again, this was another band that I was apprehensive about calling them a new metal band because they definitely leaned more towards just a general rap rock sound. But I did eventually listen to their deep cuts, and they had just enough songs to count. They don't really look like the stereotypical new metal band, which is what kind of confused me at first, but yeah. Now, that being said, obviously we gotta address the elephant in the room. And yes, I did make fun of his name, Shifty Shellshock, but, well, unfortunately last year, he did pass away, I think, to a drug overdose. So, obviously, I do feel bad for those who were close to him. And I hope they were able to, like, get, like, you know, condolences. That being said, though, I will say this, even though that, like, you know, it does suck what happened, that doesn't mean that they are immune from criticism when it comes to talking about the music itself. Because, well, truth be told, we've already talked about several artists on here that I was not a big fan of, and they had members who passed away. Because it would be disingenuous to say that a band is immune from criticism, despite the fact, like, immune from criticism because a lead singer passed away. I feel bad for saying that, but I have to be real with my gut. So, and if you guys remember in our 2020 tier list, I put them in F tier. I'm kind of inclined to still do it, although they are a higher F tier. I still think that they're bad. But I will give them at least a little bit. But I'm not gonna like put them higher than a D tier. In good faith, I just can't. So I know that might not be a popular move, but I have to be real with you guys. You can't have a band be shielded from criticism. So, but anyways, let's move on to Chevelle. Finally, some positive things to say, because, well, I guess I just didn't really think of Chevelle as being a nu metal band, because I just always kind of thought of, like, their debut being more of a proggy post-grunge. But then I was kind of listening to it, and yeah, it's a lot more groovier. It's a lot more down-tuned than I kind of initially remembered. And so, yes, their first 3 albums would be considered nu metal. Point 1, Wonder What Next, and the one with Vitamin R. I'm sorry, I can't think of the name of the album off the top of my head. But either way, they are going in the S tier. I think that they are a fantastic band, and they've only gotten better. I'm really excited to see what they're going to be doing next. I was a really big fan of Neuralius from 2021. And so let's just hope that they can continue off of that success either later this year or next year. Lacuna Coil. Oh yeah, by the way, let's wrap up the bands that we've talked about before on other tier lists. Lacuna Coil. They were on our prog tier list. They did have a nu metal phase. They didn't start off as a nu metal band, but they eventually became one. I put them in B back then, and I'm going to put them in a B tier here. So they've aged pretty decently, I'd say. So if you want more of a gothic twist of nu metal that is an Evanescence, Lacuna Coil's got you covered. 12 Foot Ninja. C tier. Again, it's kind of the same thing with me with Psycho Stick. They're just a bit too goofy for me. But they're not the worst thing in the world. Alright, now let's talk about bands that are completely new to the list. And surprisingly, we've got ourselves a decent selection of bands here. Some bands that, again, that I was originally apprehensive about calling them nu metal bands. But like, okay, let's actually talk about the 4 bands I was originally apprehensive about. Guano Apes, Kitty, My Ruin, and Soil. I remember whenever I did the research initially for the nu metal tier list, I did not count them as nu metal. Because, again, I didn't think that they were down-tuned enough. All of those bands, by the way. But then I actually went deeper, and yeah, they count. So let's start with Guano Apes. German nu metal band. That kind of was had a bit of a funky thing. Basically, I like to call them like Science the band, like Incubus, which I did try to reassess them. They're not a nu metal band. They only had 2 albums that are nu metal. They had some hints of it in Make Yourself, but that's not a new metal album, so they don't count. Guano Apes does. And like I said, they're basically, if they were basically Fungus Among Us / Science Era Incubus, the band. So if you like that style, you're gonna like them. For me personally, I like Incubus a lot, and I like those albums by Incubus. But I don't know, maybe I need to listen to these guys a bit more, but from what I heard, C tier, they're okay. So it's like that more funky, you know, if you like the wow, that type of new metal, you might like Guano Apes. So I guess this one also surprised me too, because they have like a million listeners on Spotify too, so it's just kind of weird. I didn't really count them, but whatever. All right, Kitty, a band that actually, funny enough, actually kind of wasn't a new metal band fully until recently, because their first 2 albums are for sure new metal. There's no denying that, but starting around like the mid 2000s, they went away from that style for the longest time, going for a more traditional like death metal sound. But with their most recent album, they went back to a style that's somewhat reminiscent of their original sound. So they, in a weird way, count as a new metal band again. Too bad that their new metal stuff is aged like sour milk. It's pretty rough. I gotta be real with you guys. It's another they were just another Korn clone, just with an all-female led band. No disrespect to all-female led bands, more power to them. This one was just pretty bad. It's not like F tier bad, but it was pretty rough. And well, unfortunately, I got similar things to say about My Ruin. This was another band that I was kind of originally apprehensive about, but I decided to say fuck it and just brought them in here. Yeah. No. I like to call this type of music lazy rock because it's very lazy sounding. I'm not a big fan of whatever they were trying to do here. Again, another Korn style. Just not really my thing. Alright, Soil. A band that I was initially hesitant to have on our original tier list because they just sounded too much like just a typical post-grunge band. But again, I listened to their deep cuts and it's down-tuned enough to where I think they count. But they're C tier. Again, they're ultimately harmless. So, you know, that's all I gotta really say about them. Then we got ourselves our next band, a very, very special band. We got Shabuti. Growing up in the same scene as Glassjaw, Shabuti is very a very interesting band to say the least. Kind of a I don't even know what the best like band to describe, like to compare them to actually. Well, I guess Glassjaw, in a way. Definitely like mix between like Glassjaw and like Tool. I know, a weird combination, but yeah, like kind of a more proggy new metal thing going, like post hard like hardcore prog new metal thing going on there, right? I don't know. I'll put them in A tier. Especially considering that, like, you know, they went to unleash some secrets upon the silent earth. Yes. You want to know who their lead singer is? Actually, you even want to know who this band is? Well, I'm gonna let Rate Your Music do the talking for me, because I didn't believe this until like I heard it. So if we click on Shabuti, also known as Coheed and Cambria. Yes, Coheed and Cambria started off as a nu metal band in the late 90s. I am not shitting you. They started off as a nu metal band. Similar to Lamb of God with Burn the Priest. Unironically though, this is actually kind of a decent EP. But this is a nu metal as hell EP, by the way. Like, this does straight up sound like something that like fucking like I said, Glassjaw would fucking make. Like, it is a nu metal as hell album or EP. So I wanted to give myself something tonight, okay? Because like, I already knew this section was gonna be fucking terrible for my mental health. So like, I wanted to throw myself a bone, okay? So please, go check out their EP. Anyways, let's actually talk about actually new bands. Not like, you know, throwing bands to throw a bone. So, okay. Unfortunately, we're ending on a bit of a negative note. So, first of all, Silent Vice. This is a newer nu metal band. Fucking D tier. Basically, if you take like Around the Fur and you wash down any sort of creative talent in it, that's basically the band. They're Around the Fur worse the band. That's kind of how I see them. They're not the worst thing in the world, but like, there's better bands out there, guys. Like, come on. And then, well, unfortunately, you guys can't fucking read that because, you know, unfortunately, a lot of these types of bands have like the most annoying things ever. But that right there, my friends, is Slaughter to Prevail. They are a deathcore nu metal hybrid band, similar to Suicide Silence. Yes, Suicide Silence I would count as a nu metal band. That's why they're here. Not just deathcore. Same thing with this band. They're Russian, and as you can see, they kind of have that Slipknot thing going on there. But if I'm going to be honest, they're not actually that bad. I'm still going to put them in a C tier because I'm just not a big fan of deathcore as a whole. But I guess I like it whenever their deathcore is infused with other genres. If it's just pure deathcore, I'm not gonna like it. So to have them basically kind of be like a deathcore Slipknot, I can at least appreciate that for what it is. So, all right, and then we got Tetrarch. Another new metalcore band. Who has a vocalist that sounds very eerily similar to Chester Bennington. I know there's some people who wanted it. Like, I think this was the band that a lot of people really wanted this to like be Linkin Park's new lead singer, but Mike Shinoda went against that because he probably thought that it would sound too similar to Chester. But either way, Tetrarch, from what I've heard, I'll give him a B tier. Like, if you're going to do a Linkin Park / like Slipknot style of thing, this is actually probably the best way you could have done it, or one of the better ways you could have done it. So yeah, good for you guys. Alright, and last but not least, we got ourselves Volumes. A band that started off as a metalcore band, but eventually became a new metal band. They're a part of that whole gent scene that we've talked about plenty of times before. But as far, like, from what I heard, though, they're fine. They're, again, another C-tier band. I'm not going to go out of my way to defend them or anything. So. Oh my god. That was a doozy. That's for sure. Oh my god. Okay, we're not... Damn it. I really wanted to save more time for these next tier lists, because if I'm going to be honest, yeah, whatever. But anyways, so yeah, no, I think if we're looking at the disparity here, I think it's safe to say that I am no longer a new metal enjoyer. I mean, these are the only bands that are good. Look at this. Only what? 1, 2, 3.5 rows that I would consider to be genuine, good to genuinely great bands, compared to what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 rows of dog shit, or either dog shit or just underwhelming stuff, man. Again, this right here, this is proof to you guys, ladies and gentlemen, that new metal, not only was it oversaturated, it got way too much attention at the time. People really, I need to really drill it down to your guys' head that new metal got really cookie cutter and really bad after a while. People need to seriously realize that. But at least we finally laid to rest a lot of just the new metal stuff. I don't have to talk about new metal at least for a while, at least for not a couple of years. And I like that. So, thank God. But I'm done with that. Alright, so now... Okay, before we do that, I'll be right back. I need to get a drink, so I'll be right back getting a drink. So, hope you guys like the background. Alright. Alright, we're back. Wow, on time with the music. Alright, so next list, we've got ourselves post-hardcore, which, by the way, for any band that we've talked about in the new metal tier list, I'm just gonna do those right now, which I think I already did. So yeah, we got Carajo and My Ticket Home in C tier here, and then Forlin and Sunkalado in F tier. Yes, those are post-hardcore bands as well, for those who don't realize. I don't think there was any other bands that we just talked about. No, okay. All right, well, at least that makes my life a little bit easier. But that, of course, leads us to post-hardcore. So, again, now we finally reached the tier list that I actually wanted to make sure that I got prepared for you guys. Oh yeah, Straight from the Path is a B tier as well. I just remembered. Because this was like originally whenever I did like both of these genres, I had them combined into one tier list. But this time I actually have them separated because, well, post-hardcore and metalcore, they're not the same thing. Post-hardcore is basically just kind of hardcore music from post-2000 and is a lot more melody-driven compared to a lot of, older hardcore contemporaries. And then metalcore, well, it's in the name. It's hardcore mixed with metal. And, well, that describes a lot of bands, funny enough. And, well, as you can see, there's even a lot of post-hardcore bands we've got listed down here. Many of which we've talked about in other lists before. As a matter of fact, we are going to get every single one of these bands that we've talked about before up in front. So I don't have to worry about that. Some of which I'm actually kind of surprised that I didn't feature in the post-hardcore tier list. I think it's maybe it's because I didn't really want to have it completed with emo, so I had them as separate lists. Son of a bitch! It did this bullshit again. Okay, for some reason, every time I click on Matchbook Romance, it just does not want to work. What the fuck? I might have to get a different image for them, but okay, okay, fine. We'll ignore Matchbook Romance for now. I mean, we're gonna have to later, but yeah, why is this so laggy? What the fuck, man? Okay. So, okay, but yeah, let's just get these going. But yeah, no, like, I'm kind of surprised about me not bringing some of these bands up in previous lists, or on like this list. That's low-key pretty weird. Okay. Oh yeah. But yeah, I will say I do have a lot more positive things to say about post-hardcore as a whole. So expect me to have a lot more of a happy time talking about these bands, because I feel a lot more at home with this genre than I do with grunge or new metal. So yeah, we're gonna have to ignore my. I don't know why that one is not working, but anyways. And yes, like I said, we've already talked about some of these bands, so I'm not gonna really waste my breath on Glassjaw, Code Orange, who else? Straight from the Path, Of Mice and Men, Carajo, My Ticket Home, Forlin, or Sunk Lotto. We're done with those. But yeah, let's talk about let's go from top to bottom. So, a day to remember. They're more known as being a metalcore band, so I guess we'll just kind of talk about them here. I mean, they've always been probably the one metalcore band I'd say was always my favorite, and even their post-hardcore stuff I like. Though, well, keep in mind that whenever I made our original metalcore post-hardcore tier list, that was before You're Welcome came out. And well, You're Welcome is easily their worst album. They also just recently released a new album. I actually didn't know it was coming out until I think it was the day of. Funny enough. Yeah, Big Ol' Album Volume 1, which, by the way, this album cover, Dookie vibes, clearly supposed to be reminiscent of, Green Day's Dookie. I don't know if I think I realized I don't like this cover, but anyways. It's definitely better than that, but I wouldn't say it's their greatest album ever. It still has a lot of those fueled by ramenisms that I really don't like. That being said, do I move them down? No, I think they still have more than, enough good. They have more than enough positives to outweigh the negatives, in my opinion. Same thing with Pierce the Veil. As a matter of fact, I don't think Pierce the Veil has a single bad album, including the Jaws of Life, which, yes, that is still a post-hardcore album. I don't know why people are calling that one a grunge album. It's not a grunge album. Grunge is anything from before 1995. Don't call it grunge. If anything, it's post-grunge. But anyways, Pierce the Veil, they've always been I did dip with them for a while, but they bounced back to becoming a favorite band of mine again. So, yeah, both of them are staying. MCR needs no introduction. Need I say more? And yes, they are a post-hardcore band. They're not just emo. Literally every single one of their albums, except for Danger Days, is a post-hardcore album as well. So, yeah. Need I say more? Silverstein, again, emo post-hardcore mix, pretty good. They also released a new album earlier this year, last month. That one combined a little bit of nu metal with their emo sound, which was interesting. I mean, some of it worked, some of it didn't. But again, they're a band that I feel like overall pretty good all around. Architects, of course, more of a metalcore band, but they do have post-hardcore moments. I've always I like their sort of, mathcore's a bullshit genre, but it's kind of a subgenre of metalcore in my mind. But yeah, that whole math thing that they had going was pretty interesting for sure. So, yeah. Thrice. Okay. Thrice, I feel like this is a weird band to talk about because I think I'm starting to remember why in my 2021 emo tier list I put them in a D tier. I think it was because okay, here's the thing about Thrice. They as far as I'm aware, as far as all the research that I've done, and as far as just me listening to the music, they're not a Christian band. Because there's some people who were going around claiming that Thrice was a Christian band. They're not. They may have some spiritual lyrics, but they're not a Christian band. They're not Christian rock. They just take a lot of elements from Christian themes or just any sort of spiritual themes, and they just kind of put it in an introspective way in their music, which is how you should do it, by the way. And yeah, no, I think that they're pretty good all around. Their later stuff can be kind of questionable at points, but I mean, Visu, Artist in the Ambulance, and Illusion of Safety, and even Identity Crisis are really good post-hardcore band or albums. So, yeah. All right, and then we've got ourselves two bands that, funny enough, pretty similar to each other. Dance Gavin Dance. Okay. Where's my water? So, I have to talk about Dance Gavin Dance. So, I know Dance Gavin Dance is... They're arguably one of the most controversial bands ever. You either love them or you fucking despise them. I get it. They're one of those bands that, like, they have a very complicated history, and they have sort of a weird, like, they have a complicated history with constantly rotating band members and even lead singers. And they have, like, just in general, just a very complicated discography, to say the least. However, and here's the thing as well. I'm just gonna be, like, honest. Whenever I heard about what was going on with Tillian, that did kind of sting a little bit. Because, well, yeah, like, I don't know. It's complicated to talk about. That being said, though, here's the thing about Dance Gavin Dance. Unlike most bands, compared to, unlike most bands, Dance Gavin Dance isn't really a band that's known for their lead singer. Because, well, they've had constantly rotating members. Hell, I don't even think they have a current lead singer right now, right? Like, it's just... Like, you know, I'm pretty sure it's just John doing the vocals, right? And just kind of whoever that they can get to do said vocals in the meantime. So... Yeah, like, it's complicated. That being said, why do I kind of talk about that? Well, it's because Dance Gavin Dance is one of those bands where it's more about sort of the instrumentation and stage presence of, like, just the music itself. And honestly, I wouldn't even really consider the clean vocals to be kind of the main driving force. If anything, I honestly would consider John Ness to be, like, the real lead singer of Dance Gavin Dance, if anyone. And I mean, John Ness seems to be pretty wacky and silly in the best ways. And so, yeah, that's kind of at least how I feel about Dance Gavin Dance. I did see them live, and I thought that they were actually pretty decent live. I know some people have had other experiences. Maybe they were just kind of one of those bands where sometimes they're good, sometimes they're not. I don't know. But what I do know is they're a weird band to talk about. I don't know. That being said, I do like Dance Gavin Dance. I feel like I'm probably one of the few people who's like a music reviewer who even likes Dance Gavin Dance, because every other music reviewer that I've seen hates Dance Gavin. Like, either they, like, actively hate or they just generally don't like Dance Gavin Dance. And that sucks because it's like, why is it gotta be me? Why is it only gotta be me and Crash Thompson? Why? Why? So, but whatever. I like the experimental stuff, and so because of that, I am gonna still keep them. I'll keep them in like a low A, high B. Like, I'm not gonna go on my whim and say that, like, they're the best post-hardcore band out there, because they're not. But I don't know, it's complicated. Yeah, I said a lot about Dance Gavin Dance. Wow. Okay. Well, let's talk about let's move on. Let's talk about hands like houses, which they're basically just Australian Dance Gavin Dance. Or at least that's kind of how I see them. They're part of that whole like swancore scene, which yes, swancore is a bullshit genre, but it's basically proggy post-hardcore bands. Funny enough, it wasn't Dance Gavin Dance that started it. I'd argue Fall of Troy was the beginner of that, but whatever. Will Swan coined it, so I guess it's his genre, but whatever. Anyways, Hands Like Houses, they're another sort of, I consider them to be a swancore band. They kind of have a similar thing going on with them, and I think that they're actually pretty damn good. So there were some controversies like earlier on in their career, but it looks like they were able to kind of bounce away from that. And hell, they also released a new album this year, and from what I heard, it's actually pretty decent. So yeah. All right. Now we got ourselves a few bands that I question why I even put them this high. And I feel extremely dirty about this band here. Chasing Victory. So, I was tricked again. And I know, I swear to God, people better not use this as a gotcha for this, because I will fucking ban your ass. I don't know why. I think I was thinking this was a different band. Because, well, I got tricked again into listening to Christian rock garbage. Yes, this is a Christian band. You already know my zero tolerance policy on that, so no thanks. So I'm not even going to waste my breath on them. Emmanuel. I don't know why I put them this high. They're fine. But they're not anything that I would say is super amazing. So they're gonna get lowered to a B tier. They're pretty good though. Like, they're kind of a cool sort of mixing of post grunge and post hardcore. So if that interests you, you can go seek them out. I Set to Kill and Finch, they're staying there. I think that both of those bands are actually pretty good. So, yeah, that's all I really gotta say about them. I think I really like I Set to Kill because not only are they a post-hardcore / metalcore band, but they also, in their early years, have some really good emo fusion as well. Kind of has like a similar thing to Paramore, and I don't know, I personally really dig it. So even some of their later stuff I like, so I'll keep them there. And as far as Finch, I mentioned this in our post grunge tier list. They're also a post grunge / post hardcore band. Like, it's kind of weird that people don't acknowledge the post grunge part, but it kind of sounds similar to a lot of those bands. So, but as far as just post hardcore bands, Finch is pretty good. So I recommend you guys check out, albeit a limited, but a pretty good catalog. Okay. We Came as Romans, From First to Last, Famous Last Words, and Funeral for a Friend. All four of those are going to stay there. Again, Famous Last Words and We Came as Romans, they're both metalcore, post-hardcore band. Like, okay, I'm just going to use the term post-metalcore bands from now on because I think that's just easier to say. So post-metalcore bands, like, yeah, those are two post-metalcore bands that I think are pretty cool. And also, I guess I didn't realize that Famous Last Words was also a Baroque rock band as well. I don't know, I guess it just didn't really, like, it just didn't really click to me. And yeah, no, they're that sort of metalcore Baroque fusion and post-hardcore fusion. It's actually, I didn't really give it enough credit. So yeah, no, actually pretty good. And We Came as Romans, they're good, but I'm not gonna go out of a whim and say that they're like the greatest thing in the world. So yeah. As for From First to Last and Funeral for a Friend, they're just pretty good emo post-hardcore bands that I really like. So I don't think I really need to say anything else. Crown the Empire. Okay, this is, we're gonna have another Dance Gavin Dance conversation here. So Crown the Empire, they're kind of another weird post-hardcore metalcore hybrid band. And I know they have their critics. Trust me, in that server I talked about earlier, there were some people who really fucking hated this band. When it's like, really? Crown the Empire? I mean, again, I've mentioned this before, but The Resistance Rise of the Runaways, I actually do consider that to be probably one of the best albums of the 2010s. Like, I really dig that album. Especially for it being like a concept album that they made. And hell, I'll even say this, Retrograde was also a pretty good album. I will admit they did steep with Sutton Sky, because that's when they started going in a weird pop direction, which I didn't really like. And they continued that a little bit with Dogma, but I thought they were able to bounce back away from some of that weird shift of sound. And hell, I'll even say this. Because of their more, because of their less direct metalcore sound, I think I actually tolerate them a lot more than a lot of other metalcore bands, which of course we'll get to that whole mess in a second. Well, not a second, like later. So, I don't know. A part of me wants to put them, like, in A tier, but I'll leave them at a B tier for now. I don't know. Like I said, I'm a big fan of like their first two albums in particular, and even like their EP, yeah, Limitless. Like those are some really good albums. It just kind of sucks that, well, they had that going, and well, it also doesn't help that, well, one of their fucking band members was kind of doing some questionable shit. Yeah, Brandon Hoover. So, yeah, again, it's another fucking complicated situation. So, but I'm not gonna give them the same treatment as Dance Gavin did, or at least not for right now. So, but I don't know. Okay. Our Last Night. Another metalcore another post-metalcore band. I'll leave them here. I think I just like their sound more compared to a lot of other bands of their type, so I'm leaving them here. Emery, they're going in F. We've already established this in our emo tier list that they are a band that is Christian rock that I didn't think they were, but they actually are. So no thanks. Census Fail, they're going in S tier. Again, they've become one of my personal favorite bands, so naturally they go in S. Story of the year. I'm gonna give them A. They're more than just Page Avenue people. Like they've got some other yeah, they've got Black Swan, they've got The Constant. Tearing Me to Pieces I thought was also fine. Wolves was a confusing mess though. But that's like their only like bad album, or at least I would say that's their only bad album. That's just me though. Alright, C tiers. Well, funny enough, I'm gonna raise some bands here. I'm gonna raise Ice Nine Kills and I See Stars. Ice Nine Kills, I was originally kind of not on board with them entirely. And admittedly, my criticisms come more so, I feel like, from like their last two albums. Not because it's like, you know, it's sonically bad music, because they're not. They're actually pretty competent. I guess I just don't really relate to their Silver Scream albums, because I'm not a big horror movie guy. Though, the reason why they're going in B is, well, because I really like Every Trick in the Book back. Yes, I know people meme about that album cover, but honestly, everything else about them, I think they're actually pretty good. So, if you want some, if you like more horror themed music, Ice Nine Kills is actually not that bad. Hell, even their like, you know, out of left field like pop punk debut, something worth checking out. And then I See Stars is one of those bands that I think I See Stars is an interesting band because I remember when people used to fucking hate this band. And I mean really hate, because they were kind of like a scene band. You know, they came out of that whole like electronic metalcore scene. You know, like they were, I don't know, it's kind of complicated talking about them. But I've always been like, I will say this, 3D is as an album is not the most well-aged album, but it's an album you can tell is straight from 2009, but I don't give a fuck because I like that era, so I can defend it. But even then, I keep saying, I'm sorry. Like, I will argue that New Demons and even Treehouse were significant improvements in their sound. And I think that speaks volume to what they were able to do. It does suck, though, that it's been so long since their last album. But whatever they release, if they release anything else, I'm all for. So, every other band, I think, is fine on here, except for Gwen Stacy, because I'm pretty sure they were a Christian rock band. Yep, F. I don't need to specify. If I'm gonna be honest as well, I think we're kind of getting to the point where a lot of bands, yeah, this was kind of my thing I think I had a problem with last time, is that a lot of these bands kind of blended together. So, okay, like Moss to Flames, they're fine. Same thing with I Prevail. However, I got some beef with these next two bands. Aiden and Alisana. I'm putting both of these in D tier. Very poorly aged post-hardcore, I'd say, at least overall. I mean, one of them is an AFI clone. Like, they really wanted to be the next AFI. And it just doesn't really... It didn't really work out. I don't know, they just... You can tell that, like, they were one of those bands that were really trying to capitalize on, like, the rise of emo and post-hardcore at the time. And it's pretty bad. So... Well, unfortunately, Alisana is a band that... I'm not gonna lie, I have some worse things to say about them. As a matter of fact, now I think about it, because of what they did... Okay. You thought we were away from talking about some, like, you know, controversial fucked up shit, right? Well, I've got another, dark woke, opinion to talk to you guys about. So, their biggest song, right, what was it called? Yeah, The Therapist. That, I'd say that's, like, their biggest claim to fame song. Well, here's my question to anyone who has potentially seen that music video. I'm looking at it on my fucking second screen. I'm not showing it to you guys. But I have a question for you guys. How do you guys feel about blackface? Man, we might as well just call this stream, like, I ranked racist bands. The stream. I should have just done that. I'm sorry, like, the moment I, like, saw, like, discovered that, I actually internally died. Why? Why? This was in 2010! This was 2010! Or 2009, 2002, whatever the fuck. Who cares? Who gives a shit? Too late for... It doesn't fucking matter. Come on, man. And no one's pointed that out. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you guys? So, yeah, no, dude, I'm sorry, but, like, I know that was 15 years ago, but, like, that's, like, goddamn, that's, like, 70 years too fucking late for you to even do any bullshit like that. That's my fucking point. So, yeah, no, F tier. Fuck that shit. God, this is... Okay, let's move on. D tiers. I think I need to make a formal apology to Sleeping the Sirens and Fall of Troy, especially Fall of Troy. Sleeping the Sirens, just like with Papa Roach, I think I gave them too much shit. So I'm gonna put them in C tier. I'm not gonna say that they're a great band. They're just one of those bands that I feel like their mid-career, they really have embarrassed themselves a lot, especially with that MGK collaboration song. I don't know why they thought that was a good idea. And this was even before MGK was big too, so you know, that was real real smart move right there. But yeah, but I'll say this, their first couple of records are definitely not only are they their best, but they actually hold up pretty well. And hell, even like their newer stuff, I'd argue like they've gotten better is my point. So yeah. And well, with Fall of Troy, they are not a D tier band. They are B. Almost at A, as a matter of fact. Like, what the hell was I thinking about Fall of Troy being a D tier? They are actually a pretty good band. I will say they are very experimental, and as a matter of fact, I do consider them to technically be the first swancore band, even though they predate the term, and I know that might be weird for some people, but whatever. They're the first swancore band, essentially. And, you know, I like the whittly music that they do. So, and also they were on Guitar Hero 3, which I completely forgot about that. And I forgot, like, in our original post-hardcore metalcore tier list, that Senses Fail was also on Guitar Hero 3. Same thing with Lacuna Coil. So, but yeah, pretty cool. FC Premix is a pretty good song. So, yeah, those three bands are staying. Norma Jean, they're a fucking Christian band, aren't they? Are they a fucking Christian band? Yes, they are. Okay. I know they have the fucking album that is pretty popular with people. Yeah, bless the martyr and kiss the child, but I don't care. I don't like Christian rock. So, dude, their record. Yeah, why didn't I think about that? Their record label is literally tied to fucking Tooth and Nail. I should have fucking connected the dots. So, but anyways, okay, F tiers. Yeah, I'd say pretty much every single one of these bands are still F tier. Need I say more about both Falling in Reverse and Escape to Fate? Need I say more? And well, I mean, all of these bands here, yeah, these are all Christian rock here, so. Yes, Before Their Eyes. Were they also Christian rock, or just yeah, they're Christian, okay. So, I mean, automatically, all of these bands would be an F tier. Bless the Fall, Dead Poetic, Beloved, Life in Your Way, Have Cities Burn, Before Their Eyes, I the Mighty, Alexis on Fire. I am not a fan of that. Attack wasn't. They were just terrible, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, they were just not good, because they were part of that electronic core movement that Icy Stars was a part of, but they aged worse. So, I Am Ghost, clearly another band just like Aiden that was clearly just cashing in on like the Hot Topic crowd. Blood Brothers, I just could not stand the instrumentation. I hated the instrumentation of them. And well, this band, unfortunately, one of their lead singers was also a pedo. Not the actual lead singer that you see on here, but that didn't really help things. And well, even if that wasn't the case, pretty bland band. Anyways, the only band that I'm actually going to raise, and I can't believe that I'm saying this, From Autumn to Ashes. Yeah, From Autumn to Ashes. I've grown on them a little bit. I don't think they're that bad. C tier. I think I just gave them a bit. I think I just wanted to have like a boogeyman band, but they're not worth it. They're really not. And besides, they actually have some decent songs here and there. So I'm willing to give them a bone. Alright, so now we've got ourselves all these other bands that we talked about on a bunch of our other tier lists. So I'm gonna make sure that I'm quick on these. So yeah, Avian Row, Basement, Bayside, Brand New. Okay, they Brand New just reformed recently. I don't know how I feel about that, if I'm gonna be honest. Because of fucking Jesse Lacey. Because, well, yeah. I'll put them in a fucking D tier. Chiodos and Circus of Vibe, they're going to fucking S. You guys already know. And Coing is going in A. Deer Hunter is also going in A. Drugs A. Farewell My Love C. I don't know why didn't I not put them in post-hardcore? They're a post-hardcore band, more than emo. Whatever. Fearless Vampire Killers B. Hail the Sun A. Hawthorne Heights B. Isles and Glaciers Johnny Craig. Yeah, he's another personality, I'm not gonna lie. So I think I gave him too much credit in our emo tier list. Because I'm mostly praising it for literally everyone but Craig. Or Johnny. Yeah, Johnny Craig. That's the thing. Also, I probably should choose a different picture. So I'll put them in a C tier because I see this more as a Vic Fuentes, Craig Owens project than I do a Johnny Craig project. So keep that in mind. Law Dispute, of course, B tier. Ellis Dunes, A tier. Page 99, F. Pianos Become the Teeth, C. Prince Daddy and Hyena, D. Receiving Ends of Sirens, A. Red Jumpsuit Apparatus, F. Seosin, S. Which I chose the older picture because Cove Reaver is back in the band as the lead singer, so. Scary Kids Scaring Kids, B. Secret and Whisper, F. Good, yeah, they're another shitty Christian rock band. Taking Back Sunday. Yes, they are a post-hardcore band, by the way. B tier. Trust Company. Yes, Trust Company, weirdly enough, I listened to a lot of their deep cuts. And they are both a post-grunge and a post-hardcore band. I'm still putting them in F tier, though. The Used, A tier, and then Vendetta Red, B. So, if you guys have watched our emo tier list, I'm pretty sure most of this is going to be self-explanatory. So, go watch my 2023 emo tier list for most of these. Because my opinions have not changed with that. But as far as pretty much, the short version, I mean, Chiodos and Circa Survive, I fucking love Chiodos. So, there's that. And then Circa Survive, they recently become one of my personal favorite bands ever. So, there you go. Seosin, both with Anthony Green and Cove, pretty solid all around. I mean, we already talked about Coheed and Cambria, so. But as far as actual Coheed, I mean, I used to not like them, but I mean, I grew the fuck up and I just realized that, you know, even like whatever. Also, they also released a new album recently, so and it was pretty good. The Father of Make Believe, go check it out. Pretty solid all around. Deer Hunter, they were on our prog tier list, and I'd say that they're pretty good mix of post-hardcore, prog, and baroque rock. So yeah. Drugs, Craig Owen's side project, that was pretty good. Hail of Sun, another swancore emo style band, so check them out. Oh yeah, Circus Survives also swancore. Ellis Dunes, yeah, that's that sort of MCR, Circus Survive, Coheed, and Thursday mix. So there's that. Oh, and by the way, I am well aware that there are bands that are considered post-hardcore that are not on here. Most notably, Fugazi at the Drive-In and Thursday, and pretty much any other bands that debuted before 2000. Again, my definition of post-hardcore is pretty much it is similar to that of post-grunge in that post-hardcore is pretty much any sort of hardcore that debuted from the year 2000 onwards. And so a band like Thursday and At the Drive-In, I'm not going to count. So, yeah. So yeah, I just wanted to point that out. Receiving End of Sirens, more, again, kind of like another sort of Circus Survive or Cohen Cambria, that they're more on the prog side, or like a Thrice, they're more of a proggy post-hardcore emo thing. And they're pretty good. The Used, again, kind of a personal favorite of mine, at least as far as their emo stuff is concerned. I know, like, people have issues with their stuff post Lies for the Liar. I will admit, not every single thing that they've done is great, but I think people give them just a little bit too much shit. Just a little bit. So, again, that fucking server, I swear to God. Bayside, again, Bayside and Hawthorne Heights and Taking Back Sunday, both bands that I used to dislike, but now I am fine with. Fearless Vampire Killers, another sort of mostly a joke band, although they do play it straight sometimes, so I can handle it. Law Dispute, I really like their sort of, Midwest emo scrams thing. Scary Kids Scaring Kids, again, another sort of Chiodo style band, which I pretty much like. Same thing with Vendetta Red. Avian Row, kind of like a Taking Back Sunday Mayday Parade thing, just more post-hardcore. Well, at least their second album's post-hardcore. Their first album's definitely pure pop-punk emo. But yeah. Farewell My Love. Kind of probably the most obscure band on this list. But I think they're fine. So, Pianos Become the Teeth. Kind of another Law Dispute style band. Basement, kind of another Scrams, but not the type of Scrams that I care for personally. Prince, Daddy and the Hyena, just not really my thing. So, Page 99, just Scrams that I just really do not like. Red Jumpsuit Apparatus. I didn't realize that they were a post-hardcore band until I listened to a lot of their deep cuts beyond Face Down. So, yeah. And well, Secret and Whisper, they are a Christian rock band, so that's always fun. And yeah, no, Trust Company, a band that most people think is a new metal band, but they're not. They're actually, I mean, if anything, it's only really like their first album that's new metal, because, well, after that, they are just kind of a post-grunge, post-hardcore hybrid band. So, yeah, no, they're not. Yeah. All right. So, all right, let's move on to the new bands. Oh, wait, that's right. We have Matchbook. But it was being laggy earlier. Is it no longer laggy? What the fuck? Okay, I'm gonna have to re-upload this. Because it's being stupid. So hold on, let me switch this over. I don't know why that image is being stupid. Like, it's actually really pissing me off. Besides, I gotta get this done because I actually have a lot of things to do tomorrow. So hopefully we can get through this fairly quick. Okay, matchbook, please work with me. What the fuck is up with the list? Okay, we're gonna have unfortunately we're gonna have 2 matchbooks, it looks like. Right? Unless it... Huh? What the fuck happened? What? Okay, there we go. Okay. Sorry, I don't know what the fuck is going on. Like, it's definitely a glitch. Alright. Yeah. Matchbook. I'll put them in C tier. They're whatever. I never really cared for them. All that much. Alright. I mean, truth be told, most of these other bands are pretty much just going to be like C tiers. Because, again, I'm not as familiar. So, Abandon All Ships, Amity Affliction. From what I heard, they're fine. They're just kind of whatever. And by the way, I am making... There was a band that is a Christian rock band that I kind of forgot which one it was. So that's why I'm trying to look it up, because I'm making sure. So, but yeah, both of these bands are like post-hardcore, metalcore hybrid bands. So that's always pretty cool. But again, a lot of these... Here's the thing: once we start getting into a lot of the more metalcore stuff, this is where I just kind of get indifferent. And well, Buried Tomorrow, another example. Just kind of another metalcore thing. Same thing with Counterparts, if I'm going to be honest. Actually, you know, a lot of these bands here, like, I'm just gonna be straight up, a lot of these is kind of blended together after a while. So yeah, these are all C tiers. They're just whatever, you know. Alright, but then we've got ourselves a band that I'm a little bit surprised that I didn't actually mention in our original tier list, and that's Idola, another part of the Swancore scene. Then I'll admit they're not like a top tier band for me, but from what I've heard, B tier. Again, it helps that like I like a lot of the sort of widdly music. So yeah, like they're definitely, if you like a more progressive, like fast sort of thing, which usually I wouldn't like the faster beat, but because it has like the weird technical stuff, I think that works for me. So for now, Idola is going to be a B tier. Alright, Enter Shikari, another band that I feel embarrassed that I did not have on our original list. Because Enter Shikari, like, it seems like everyone and their mother loves Enter Shikari. Though their whole shtick is that they combine a lot of electronic with post-hardcore. So like, yeah, they're like an electro rock band mixed with... But I'm very mixed about Enter Shikari, if I'm going to be honest. I don't know. I feel like they can be hit or miss. So I'll put them in a B tier for now, just out of respect. So they're not S tier people. There's better bands that you can do, but they're fine. All right, Fleshwater. Funny enough, a band that I've also saw live. They were touring with Deftones and also the Mars Volta, which, by the way, Mars Volta did not put on here because it's only really Enter the Conatorium that I would consider to be a post-hardcore album. Everything else that they've done is just straight up prog. So at least, like, yeah. I will double check that though. But okay, their first 2 albums. So, but like again, that's only their first 2. Not enough. But anyways, Fleshwater. Kind of another post-grunge, post-hardcore style. It definitely confused me at first. Because, like, they also have some new metal tendencies in there. I wouldn't call them, like, a full new metal band. But they're alright. I'll put them in a C tier. So. And then we got Holding Absence. Another band that... Wait, this is the band I'm thinking of, right? I don't remember. No, okay, no, this is not. This is a British post-hardcore band. I don't want to call them emo, but they kind of have like a similar... Like, they kind of have some emo elements in their music. So I'll put them in like a B tier. So yeah, they're fine. All right, Memphis May Fire. A band that, again, I kind of feel weird that I did not have on our original list. Because these guys were a pretty big name as far as I'm concerned. So. But, again, though, does that mean, like, big? Like, they had, like, what, 2-3 million listeners on Spotify? So, let me double check that. Yeah, like 2 million listeners, which that's pretty big. So it somehow flew over my head. So, but I mean, again, a lot of this type of metalcore just never really clicked with me. So I'm just gonna put that in the C tier for now. All right, movements. And yes, by the way, I am trying to make sure that I remind myself of some of these bands because, again, this is the same problem that I think I had last time. Because, I don't know, a lot of post-hardcore and metalcore is just... Or especially a lot of, like, metalcore just kind of blends together. So... It does kind of get hard to figure out what's... What? Though... Oh, that's right. This is another, emo kinda band. Yeah, I'll put them in B tier. So yeah. At least from what I'm hearing, I think it's decent. So definitely could do much worse. So, all right, Palisades. This, I'm pretty sure, was another electronic core. Yes, electronic core. Put them in C tier. They're whatever, you know. I don't know. They're just not really my thing. All right, Rain City Drive. A band that unfortunately has another complicated history with it. So, now, funny enough, whenever I saw Dance Gavin Dance, I did also see these guys, because they were touring with them, as well as Sim, which we'll get to them later. So, basically, long story short, Rain City Drive mostly consists of members that were a part of a band called Slaves. And, well, that's kind of where the Johnny Craig thing pops up as to why he's a controversial person, because he was their lead singer. So, and by 2020, the band decided to change their name from Slaves to Rain City Drive. So it's technically the same band, just a different name, because they want to distance themselves from Johnny Craig as much as they can. Though from what I did hear, they're another kind of swancore, I guess, band. I only say I guess, because, well, I mean. But you know what? I think they did a good enough job. I'm going to put them in A tier. So, I mean, I liked it. I liked them live. So, because that's when I first heard of them. And, well, from what I'm listening to, yeah, no. So, yeah, good job. Okay, this is the band that I am really kicking myself that I did not even mention at all in our original tier list. How the flying fuck did I not mention Rise Against? S tier. They did not get mentioned at all. Why? I don't know why. Because as far as punk bands from the 2000s are concerned, they are on top. Now, I know there's going to be people who are probably going to come in and be like, they're hardcore, aren't they? Well, again, by my definition of hardcore versus post-hardcore, is a band, like, again, I will admit, I'm not, like, the biggest fan of, like, post, like, calling something post, because it just makes things super confusing. However, if we're going to be playing by those rules, because their debut was from 2001, and because they're associated with that scene, by definition, they are not by definition, they are not a hardcore band. They are a post-hardcore band. That being said, they're a really good post-hardcore band. So, I mean, they were also on the Guitar Hero soundtrack, but they even go beyond that. I mean, you know, Siren Song of the Counterculture, The Sufferer and the Witness, Appeal to Reason, all three of those albums, fantastic. And, I mean, even some of the stuff that they did after that pretty much stands the test of time. Yeah, even Nowhere Generation. So, yeah, no, like, I'm fairly confident that, you know, most people would at least agree. Like, even if you don't agree with the post-hardcore label, they are an S tier band. So that's for sure. All right. Royal Coda, another Swancore band. Like, yeah. Again, I completely just dismissed the whole Swancore scene in our original tier list, outside of Dance Gavin Dance. It's like, dude, these are big names. Again, I'll put them in a B tier. So, again, I like this sort of, technical hardcore that they do. So, again, I need to listen to more, but from what I'm hearing, I like it. So, that's all I gotta say. All right, Sim. Okay, so this was the other band that I remember seeing in our like whenever I saw Dance Gavin Dance in Rain City Drive. This was the other big name. Actually, as a matter of fact, I think they're actually technically a bigger name than Dance Gavin Dance, right? Yeah, they have like almost 2 million listeners on Spotify, and I'm pretty sure Dance Gavin Dance, yeah, they only have 1.5. So, yeah, to say that Sim is like a big name in Japan is an understatement, because they're pretty big. So I guess I just didn't know them because, well, unfortunately, I feel like I'm like the most rock centric person in our friend group, and so I'm the only, like, I'm pretty much the one person who has to seek out a lot of this music, and so because of that, it can be kind of annoying to try to figure out a lot of these bands on my own. But that being said, Sim, um, they were kind of confusing. And honestly, I didn't even know what to classify them as, because they had elements that sounded like it was metalcore, sounded like it was pop punk, sounded like it was like new metal, kind of sounded like it was like, it was kind of all over the place. But I think if I were to like track them down into a specific genre, I'd classify them as a pop punk and post hardcore band. With some jazz ska pop punk influence. I think they're just okay. So they're a C tier. I guess it's just not really like entirely my thing, but I do respect what they do. So I'll naturally put them in this tier. So yeah. All right, A Skylit Drive. D tier. Vocals are just a bit too whiny for me. Like, I was not a fan of the whiny vocals. So yeah, not really my thing. But, it is what it is. Alright, Static Dress. A band that debuted actually after our tier list, so this is like a fairly new band. From what I heard, B tier. Again, they kind of have a mix between like metalcore, post-hardcore, and emo. I don't know if it's fully post-art, like it's fully metalcore, and it's full, and I don't know if I call them an emo band, but they're definitely a post-hardcore band. And from what I heard, they're all right. So, yeah. Good on them. So, all right, Too Close to Touch. I am not gonna lie, I actually kind of forgot what these guys sounded like. Oh no. Oh no. All right. I feel so bad. Okay. again, I've had to listen to hundreds of bands for you guys for tonight, so I apologize if I don't remember. Um, um, hmm. Definitely more vanilla post-hardcore. I'll say C tier. So, yeah, I'd say C tier. They're not like something I would go out and say is like, you know, top tier. So, all right, Touche Amour. Or, how do you pronounce it? Touche Amore, or is it Touche Amour? I don't know. This is okay. I do remember hearing a lot of people really praise this band in particular. No, let me hear an actual song, not a fucking live. Come on, I want. What's your biggest song? Uh, okay. I mean, I just have a little bit of an emo thing going on. Um, hmm. I'll put them in C tier. Again, I'll need to listen to them more on my own. But from what I heard, I think it's just pretty standard stuff. So that's just me though. Alright, last band. Woe is Me. Wait, was this the... Oh, that's right. This was the band that got popular with all of those covers. Yeah. C tier because of that. I mean, nothing against being a cover band, but if like your whole shtick is that you're a cover band, that's kind of when it's like, okay, please make some original music, please. So yeah, I hate being that guy, but come on, guys, like do something different. Well, that's our post-hardcore tier list. Oh my god, but a more evenly distributed thing, like I'd say overall. I mean, I guess there's technically a little bit more bad than good, but like, I feel like it's less like this, and it's more like this, you know. So pretty good opinion on post-hardcore, I'd say. Or at least I have a pretty good opinion on post-hardcore. So I mean, a lot of my favorite bands are both emo slash post-hardcore bands anyways, so it makes sense that a lot of the more emo inspired bands would be up higher. So all right, last but not least, we got Metalcore. And, well, like we did before, any bands that we already talked about, of course, we're just going to rank them now. So, yeah, which thankfully, that's going to take up a decent amount. Yes, I do consider Psycho Stick to be a metalcore band, but, you know how it goes. Yeah, a lot of new metalcore hybrid bands, that's for sure. So, Amity Affliction, yep. Bury Tomorrow, yep. Seeker. This me Fire. Yeah, Tetrarch. Volumes. And yeah, What Was Alive. Alright. So, and then, yeah, every single one. Yeah, the rest of these are bands we haven't talked about. Okay. So, damn, the only other band that's an S tier right now is fucking Integrity. Damn. I mean, yeah, the first metalcore band just happened to be the one I like the most. It's pretty rough. Let's change that. Actually, as a matter of fact, we're gonna do that now. Killswitch and Trivium. They are both in the S tier. These were bands that, funny enough, Saimori knew about before I did, and which is weird because usually it's the other way around. I would normally know about a band before they did, but no, that was the case with these. And yeah, no, these, in my opinion, are probably, like, as far as pure metalcore bands are concerned, they're probably the best. My personal favorite will still be A Day to Remember, but yeah. Oh, shoot. Yeah, that's right. You're F. Shit. Okay. Wait, where did I put... God damn it. I just put down some of these bands. Okay. Yeah, raise you, raise you. F. God damn it. This is what fucking happens when I don't pay attention to anything I do. Now isn't. God damn it. Oh boy. What else? Oh. Okay, yeah, that's always okay. But yeah, no, Killswitch and Trivium, very solid. I've really, grown to appreciate these guys. So definitely check them out. Converge. Yeah, they're fine. Lamb of God. Again, another band that's kind of complicated to talk about because of what's his face. So yeah, because, well, lead singer did technically kill a person, not intentionally though, but that kind of put a bit of a strain. So yeah, it's complicated. Although that being said, I do consider Lamb of God to be one of the better bands in the metalcore scene. So yeah. Vision of Disorder, I'm gonna lower them to a B tier. I just think they're only fine. So also, the guys that were in Vision of Disorder, they're the same guys that were also in Blood Simple, by the way. Yes, they're both these bands are tied together. So, which I didn't realize that until much later, which is interesting. 36 Crazy Fists in B tier. Yeah, I'd say that's fair. Oh, Senses Fail. They're S tier. Even though I don't like their metalcore stuff as much. Yeah. S. But yeah, 36. I debated on whether or not they were a new metal band. Because their early stuff is new metal, but their most popular album, that one is kind of... Yeah, Snow-Capped Romance. Is that a new metal record or no? I'm in the camp that says no, but there are some songs that are new metal, like Can I? Hell, even like Bloodwork. But is it a new metal album? I don't know. So that's why I didn't put them in the new metal. So just to let you guys know. Yeah, I already talked about all those bands. The Plot and You. Yeah, they're fine. Miss May I don't actually remember what they sounded like. Again, it kind of gets really hard talking about a lot of these. A lot of these bands, because metalcore is just a notoriously, it's just a notorious genre. Yeah, can't really say I'm impressed. Yeah, they're C tier. Can't really say that I'm impressed. Not bad, but again, it's the problem with a lot of these metalcore bands. So, again, hardcore mixed with metal, like, yeah, tends to be kind of iffy. Which, speaking of iffy, why the fuck do I have Dry Kill Logic in B tier? What the fuck was I thinking? F. F. Me plus you equals nightmare, I say. Me plus you equals nightmare. God. Okay, again, another band that's more thought of as a new metal band, because like their most popular album was a new metal album, and it was absolute dog shit. It was bad, people. I had to re-listen to that shit to make sure that they weren't a new metal band, which they're not. Again, that's their only new metal album. Like, their other two albums are metalcore. Holy shit, that album has aged like how I'm not joking. That's literally one of the lyrics in their most popular songs. Like, me plus you equals nightmare, I say. Me plus you equals nightmare. It's like, are you fucking like? I'm speaking to a goddamn brainlet here. So yeah, no, F. Oh my god. Oh, and also speaking of F, Zhao. These guys are Christian rock. No. They are the progenitors of Christian metalcore. And, well, I cursed them. I cursed upon their name because of that. So, yeah. Okay. Bullet for My Valentine. I just never really cared for them as much, to be honest. So... Between the Buried and Me. I'm trying to remember. Admittedly, them and the Dillinger Escape Plan, like, I always confused both of them. Yeah, because they're both on, like, the prog metalcore side of things, so they do tend to kind of blend for me. Okay, I will say, I definitely like their more proggy metalcore stuff. I'm not really a big fan of their metalcore stuff, if that makes sense. So, I'll keep them in C tier. Parkway, yeah, those are whatever. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I've got a confession to make to you guys. So, we've talked about obscure bands before. Well, what if I told you that this right here, the human condition, is, in fact, the most obscure band that we've ever talked about? Having only... Let me double check the numbers. 342 listeners on Spotify. Whoop whooped. So much for fame. Okay, I'm gonna be honest. I don't know why the fuck like this is on the tier list. Cause okay, I think I know why. It's because I had a certain someone I'm not going to name help me try to figure out like tier list, like new bands for this tier list. However, I don't think I specified on what bands, like how many like Spotify listeners. Because again, whenever we first originally did our metalcore post-hardcore tier list, this series was still very new. That like again, that was our 4th episode in, and so yeah, I don't think I should have specified being like, hey, can we like not have super obscure as hell deathcore metalcore bands on here? Because well, truth be told, I don't like this band. D tier. I don't like deathcore, so you gotta have something unique to it, and well, lightening up a little bit by having it be a more of a metalcore thing, that's not enough. So yeah. All right. North Lane. Yeah, I grew on them a little bit. B tier. They're one of those degent groups, and I don't know. I just thought that they were fine, so they grew on me. So at least a little bit, if by just a few. So So yeah, all these other bands, they're all just kind of whatever, at least for me personally. I'm not gonna really like pretend that they're anything special. Though I am gonna have to lower 2 bands. God forbid, not because they're a Christian band, because they're not, because I just didn't really care for their style of metalcore. And Stave Sakure, a Christian metalcore band. There we go. All is balance has been restored. So, all right. All right. I think. Yeah, I don't really have anything else to say for any of these bands. I'm just gonna be honest. Okay. Chimera. Well, yeah, Beartooth. Beartooth. My opinions haven't really changed, so yeah. Chimera. Again, I like their early stuff, but I don't like their later stuff. So, also, again, another band that I was debating on whether or not it was a new metal band, but no, they're more just general heavy metal mixed with metalcore. So, yeah. Motionless in White. I mean, I've already made all the jokes all that I can. They're just discount. Like, the guy literally is trying to look like a discount Marilyn Manson, and they are just a band that was just trying to go on the coattails of a Hot Topic market. So yeah. Hatebreed. They're just a one-trick pony band. Not really anything too special. Though I'm just gonna be frank. I am gonna be putting both As I Lay Dying and All That Remains in F tier. I don't know why I gave As I Lay Dying the benefit of the doubt, considering that the guy literally tried to put a hitman, like, try to do a hit job on his wife, which is extremely fucked up. And I don't know why I gave them the benefit of the doubt because of that. Because, well, no, you should never do that. As for All That Remains, I mean, you saw, I already had them in D tier, and they never really impressed me anyways. Unfortunately, though, we got ourselves another Disturbed / Flaw situation with this lead singer, as they are a complete chud, and said some pretty fucked up shit. So, no thanks. I'll pass. Alright. But, you know what? Atreyu and Dillinger Escape Plan, I have improved my opinions on. Atreyu, they're still a pretty standard metalcore band, all things considered, but they're not like the most offensive example out there, you know. They're fine. So, oh, wait, are they a post-hardcore band as well? Oh shit. Okay. Okay. Yeah, they're a post-hardcore band as well. But yeah, I don't know. They're just kind of, again, you're in just an okay way, just kind of your standard metalcore band at the end of the day. I'm not gonna really, throw any sort of shade at Atreyu. Like, it's not really worth. They're not really worth, getting mad at. They're fine. They're okay. So, but yeah, I'm just gonna add this for you guys. So. There we go. Yeah, it's a good thing I'm actually doing all these here. Alright, but anyways. And then as for Dillinger Escape Plan, there's some people who absolutely love this band, but similar to Between the Buried and Me, I guess I just didn't really care for their style of technical progressive metalcore all that much. Though I don't think they're terrible by any means. They're just not really my thing. I guess I don't know. Dillinger Escape Plan. Okay, I guess I just don't like something. I guess I just don't like it whenever something's like too heavy screaming vocals, if that makes sense. Which is weird because, like, oh, don't you like post-hardcore? Yeah, but not all post-hardcore has screaming vocals. So, yeah, and also, well, Dillinger, they are kind of one of the first bands to popularize the whole mathcore thing. So, yeah. Also, oh yeah, that's right, Bleeding Through. They're going in the C tier. I groan on them a little bit, but they're not really anything that's like super, outstanding. So, I am not changing my mind on Unearth though. Literally a band that just straight up is just the definition of buttcore. I mean, God, I'm sorry. Their most popular song is just, it's the most repetitive shit. Like, okay, I'm gonna listen to that shit for myself, because holy fuck, man. It's pretty bad. I don't know why this, like, popped off. I'm listening to you, like, I'm listening to it right now. God. This is so bad, man. So yeah, no, D. It's not the worst thing in the world. Trust me. Trust me. I'd rather listen to that than any of the fucking new metal bands that were in DRF. But no, man, that was. I don't like buttcore. It's not good. So. Oh yeah, I forgot to raise you guys. Excuse me. And then yeah, Shadows Fall again. I don't really care for. It's just too. It leans too much into like traditional thrash for me personally. All right, and then yeah, I don't really have anything to say about most of these other bands. I mean, again, the Christian rock bands should not surprise you as far as like that's concerned. So, oh yeah. Also, I threw in Falling in Reverse here because I didn't originally count them as a post-hardcore band or as a metalcore band. I counted them as a post-hardcore band. Are they a metalcore band? I guess I laid that question to you guys. Are they a metalcore band, or like, or are they a post-hardcore band, or are they both? So like, I don't know. It's one of those weird questions that I've always had. So, but yeah, no, everything else down here is F. Oh, and by the way, I will also say there was one band that I did end up removing from this. Like from both the metalcore and post-hardcore. The band is called Showbread. Not because it's because that, you know, by my definition of post-hardcore, they would qualify as, actually fun enough, a hardcore band because their debut was back in 1998. So yeah, they don't count as post-hardcore, and they don't count as metalcore because they didn't really have a heavy thing. Under Oath is a metalcore band that is also technically a hardcore band because their debut was in 1999. And Dillinger Escape Plan theoretically would also lie under that category because since their debut was also in 1999. So, but anyways, all right, let's talk about these bands here. So, I mean, yeah, let's talk about the bands we talked about before. Black Veil Brides, I mean, C tier. They're just kind of whatever. Andy Biersack has a good vocal, like he has a good vocal style. I just wish that like it was used in a different style. So, also, I don't know why did I put these guys in my emo tier list and not my fucking metalcore post-hardcore tier list in like 4 years ago. I don't know why I did that, because they're not an emo band. They're not. I used to think they were, but that was because they had the scene thing. But guess what? Just because you have the fringe doesn't mean you're an emo band. So, whatever. Anyways, Periphery, another degent group, but I never really cared for Periphery that much. So, but Spirit Box, B tier. Decent newer metalcore prog heavy metal band. So we talked about them in our prog tier list. So pretty good. All right, now we've got ourselves the last stretch. So unfortunately, I was not able to get this under 4 hours, but can we get this under 5? Please? Please. All right. And every single one of these bands, I am kicking myself about the fact that I did not feature them in our original tier list, because these are much more qualifiable bands to be featured. It doesn't make sense why I didn't, but whatever. Anyways, let's begin. So, After the Burial, D tier. They're another genty sort of group, but again, they have some deathcore elements in them, and that just never really was my thing. I'm not gonna lie. So I don't know. Okay, Bad Omens. And yes, by the way, I will be re-listening to most of these, just to get myself a refresher. But again, another popular metalcore band that I somehow missed. Though they've been getting away from the metalcore as of late, so... I'll put them in B tier. They're fine, so... Again, you're talking to someone who's not the biggest metalcore fan to begin with, and so because of that, it may take me a while for me to warm up to stuff like this, so... Alright, Born of Osiris. So this is another more proggy metalcore. And yeah, another Degent group. Okay, I'm not gonna lie. I kind of like this so far. Yeah, I'm surprised I didn't even put these on our prog tier list. What the hell? You know what? I'm putting these guys in A tier. They're doing something different with the genre, and or at least more different compared to a lot of the stuff that I've heard. Again, it kind of sounds like swan metalcore. I'm not gonna lie. Like if like Dance Gavin Dance went metalcore, that's kind of the vibe I'm getting. Yeah. Yeah. A tier. Huh. God damn it. Why didn't we have bands like this on our tier list? What the fuck? Like, what the hell, man? Again, you guys can't hear it, but... Yeah, this is unironically actually pretty good, I'm not gonna lie. So, alright. Born of Osiris, A tier. They may even be able to get an S tier, because that actually was... Well, that was actually pretty fire, I'm not gonna lie. Alright, Currents. Another... Degent. Yeah, a lot of Degent bands also. I know it's gent, I don't care, because it's a bullshit genre anyways, so... Yeah, this is pretty standard, like, Degent core, so... Yeah, it's C tier. Damn it! Born of Osiris, why do you gotta be the one band that stands out? God damn it. It's fine. All right, Darkest Hour. Let's move on. I don't want to. I don't want to waste my breath on like buttcore. So all right, Darkest Hour. I don't know if I'd like this. Yeah, yeah, because this is a band that combines metalcore with death metal. So. Oh, that's just deathcore. Not exactly. Yeah, C tier. That's what I thought. Again, not really like a top tier band for me personally. All right, Era or Era. I don't know how you pronounce this one. So, I think they're another Degent. No, they're just metalcore. Mm-hmm. Oh, that's right. Okay, this is the band that I liked their instrumentals, but I didn't like the screaming. But because I like the instrumentals, I'll give them beats. I'll give them beats here. So, yeah, yeah. I want to be pretty. I want to be pretty charitable. So, all right. For today, F. I mean, come on, they're Christian rock, and you already know my opinions on that. So, yeah. All right. The Ghost Inside. Another. Yeah. Sorry. I feel bad having to listen to all of these bands, but whatever. Yeah, it's another C tier. A lot of C tiers. I mean, here's the thing about like metalcore is that unlike a lot of the new metal bands, it's not that like metalcore itself gets really, really bad. It's just a lot of it just kind of sounds the same. That's kind of my thing. And well, truth be told, Ghost Inside is another example of just kind of a generic metalcore band. So, yeah. All right. In this moment. So, hopefully this one's different cuz yeah. I know they're not exclusively a metalcore band. They have more like metalcore moments. So, okay, maybe like actually one of their metalcore albums, not like that, please. All right, here we go. Beautiful Tragedy. Uh Oh, never. Okay, I guess this is kind of their sound. C tier. I feel bad for doing that, especially for a band that's been around for a long time, but I don't know. It's not really my thing. All right, Ginger. How the fuck did I not have Ginger on here? Because yeah, this is yeah, yeah. No, Ginger. Okay. As far as like the more genty sort of bands go, yeah, no, A tier. I I actually do kick myself about the fact that I did not bring up Ginger. How the fuck did I not bring up Ginger? They're like a good band as opposed to like a lot of this crap down here. Like it just because like I knew And here's the thing, I feel like I knew of Ginger as well, but I didn't add them on the fucking list. So yeah, no, like I'm really kicking myself that I did not bring up Ginger here. Also, they're Ukrainian, which is pretty cool. So that's pretty nice. So yeah, no, Ginger, A tier. I don't know if I'd say they're like the best of like the degent or of the gent movement, but they're pretty good, I'd say overall. All right, who else we got left? Knocked Loose. This is another band that like people are screaming at me that I did not mention. Because Knocked Loose is like this is pretty intense stuff, I'm not gonna lie. They call them a hardcore band. I don't even hear the hardcore part. Hell, I don't even think they're post-hardcore at all. I'll give them a B tier. I mean, yeah, as far as like, because this is trying to be more like a classic 90s metalcore, where it's more like beatdown. So yeah. But yeah, I'll give them a B tier. It's at least it's sonically somewhat different from everything else that I've heard like tonight, so or for really just the past week. All right, Light the Torch. Is this who I think it is? Okay, never mind. I don't remember. God, a lot of these I don't remember, admittedly. And I feel bad. Oh, that's right. Lead singer of Killswitch. This is his other project. Or Howard Jones, right? I'll give it an A tier. Yeah, normally, like, you know, this would sound kind of generic, but you gotta have a good vocalist. And thankfully, well... Or wait, no, was it... Yeah, Howard Jones, okay. Yeah, like that was... Yeah, that's his other project. So, you know what? I'll give Light the Torch a nod. So, heck yeah. All right, Loathe. This is another, I guess, not really a new metal group. That's why I didn't really like add them to that. I don't know. They did they even really qualify as metalcore? I don't know. I mean, I thought they had enough. Okay, they do have new metal elements, but I wouldn't really call them like exclusively a new metal band. So, but in case if they do count as a new metal band, I guess I'll bring them here. C tier. It doesn't really do anything to me. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know, it's not really something that really got my attention personally. So, all right, Polaris. Yeah. Again, another sort of generic metalcore. I'm sorry, it's just a lot of these just sound the same. That, like, again, that's always been my problem with metalcore. And honestly, this is kind of the same problem I had with post grunge, where a lot of these bands I think just kind of sound the same overall, and because of that, it just kind of makes it hard to distinguish between each other. So, yeah. So, I don't know. That's kind of my issue with a lot of these bands. Anyways, Silent Planet, F, they are Christian, so you know how my stance is on that. Upon a Burning Body, D, because I don't really like deathcore, and well, yeah. So naturally, I wouldn't really care for any of that. Oh no, we didn't make the 5 hour. Whatever. I gotta make this quick. All right, Veil of Maya. Uh. See. Again, not really anything different compared to what I've been listening to. Which is a problem. Alright. Wage War. I think this is like the last big band. So. What the hell is this? New metalcore? What? I didn't look for new metal wage war. I'm looking for metalcore wage war. What the fuck? Oh, I forgot. I forgot. That's right. These guys like blew up last year because fucking TikTok fucking blew up Magnetic. I forgot about that. Again though, still C tier. Alright. I'm pretty sure these last bands, unfortunately, are Christian rock. Let me just double check. Oh, no. Okay. Well, I know the word Alive. They're definitely Christian rock, right? Because weren't they the band I was thinking? Like, no? Oh. Well, there's unfortunately one problem with the word alive, though. But we'll get to that when we... we'll get to that in a second. While she sleeps. Again... Again, C tier. Again, It's more generic metalcore. And no, Ollie Sykes, you're not helping this. Like, come on. Alright, last band. The Word Alive. So, remember when I said that there's a problem with this band? Well, it's because they are loosely associated with Escape the Fate. So, well, unfortunately, I'm kind of hearing yeah, again, more generic metalcore. So C tier. Well, that is official. That is officially our update on the Metalcore tier list. Pretty pitiful. I did not really change my mind on the top bands, which is a damn shame. Although I think I'm gonna, yeah, you know what? I'll put them in S tier. And Avenge, I'll put them in lower A. Yeah, goddamn. Well, at least I can say this. We at least finally updated on multiple tier lists that we have not touched in literally like at least 3 years. And that makes me happy, because at the end of the day, I'd rather keep up and, you know, pretty much update pretty much everything of my personal interest for you guys, as opposed to being stagnant about what I am personally into. Because, I mean, truth be told, there's a lot of bands that I've covered throughout the past 5 years, and it would just be like, it'd be nearly impossible to try to keep the same opinion. Like, it wouldn't make sense to keep the same opinions on the same, like, on like, you know, these bands for years on end. And while there's definitely a lot of bands that unfortunately I've waned my opinions on, there's some that no, I've improved my opinion on over time. And hell, I even think some of the bands we talk about are actually genuinely pretty cool that I've never talked about before. Like Born of Osiris and Ginger, for example. Like, I'm really kicking myself that I didn't really talk about either of those in our original tier list for metalcore. And again, Rise Against, another band where it's just like, goddamn, why the hell did I not bring them up? So, but either way, that is our grunge, new metal, post-hardcore, and metalcore updates. God, I'm fucking tired, because, yeah, this has been a long-ass stream. And, well, truth be told, I got to, I gotta get ready for tomorrow, because tomorrow's gonna be busy. Like, this weekend's gonna be pretty busy for me, so. But either way, I hope you guys did enjoy. Of course, if you guys like what you saw, of course, make sure you guys hit the follow button and the subscribe, or the follow button and the bell icon if you're watching this on Twitch. If you're watching this on YouTube, of course, hit the subscribe and the bell icon over there as well. While you guys are at it, make sure to check out the links down below, specifically the Discord and the SoundCloud. If you want to directly support the content, of course, check out the link tree. If you want to check out the Throne link, or if you want to directly support me, hit the subscribe over on Twitch. If you can't necessarily do that, that's completely fine. I'm glad you guys took time to watch this. And again, if you guys stuck around to the very end, you guys are legends, because I really wanted to make sure that I updated all of these tier lists, because I have not touched. I mean, post-hardcore, metalcore, I've not touched it in over 4 years, and new metal and grunge, it's been 3 years. So I think it was about time that I finally, updated my opinions on these. So, and when these, well, I mean, this is being recorded on live on YouTube. So whenever those get finished, I think I'm going to make timestamps on whenever I do the respective lists. So if anyone wants to skip, if they're only interested in one of these genres, they can just skip ahead to those. But yeah, either way, that's going to be it for tonight. And yeah, I hope to see you guys on the next one. But before I do leave, I do want to give one more announcement. I am going to be ramping up streams back up again, hopefully starting next week. I will be doing the Caspian Game Awards for 2024 on Monday, and I should hopefully start getting more streams, throughout next weekend. Not next weekend, throughout next week. So I'm pretty excited about that. I think overall I just kind of accepted that I just needed a bit of a mental break for the past few months. Because I miss doing live streams with you guys, because these are pretty awesome streams that I love doing, and especially if it's like one of these tier list streams, because I'm very passionate about these tier lists. But yeah, either way, yeah, I'll see you guys on the next one. Have a good night, and peace out.